Thank you. Can you go in front and take? Can you go take? I think.
Yeah.
Ready? Take it, boss. No, separate. Some release reproduction science. One is an example I use. One having special school. Special school is also preschool. So provision. This time, I was once. Of March to end of April, I was there. Still was there.
Absolutely. I'm going to sit you and package with it.
We have branches.
What's that? Check it out. Continue. Very good. I need this. Only. It's life. That's good. Okay.
And understand that we are here. No. Oh. Doctor India. I couldn't understand. Very similar to singer, right? Similar to singer. How they call it. So it can be. Yeah, qualified. Most modules are
All chats. Overall, he's like myself.
it is just presentation of that. That's why you asked, because our presentation is not. You cannot give. How you are present on each one having invoice. No, these are the. Oh, you're good for before coming to your knowledge, I take my BS and not as BS and as practice. After change, you are dating ideas from other percentages, we have changed. We thought to do each and everyone should take small part of that and 100% all together. See, inshallah, no idea. We see today, no, our delegates are husband will be doing the presentation today. From that, we can take. Because this is my first time for the conference. And okay.
Any ECCD?
Even my
Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning. You to our campus and we first.
Yeah. 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 Oh, so they are on. Yeah.
Next is.
They had read that good things. Yeah. Those also using this problem in this food. Don't leave because
Yes.
That's sad. Yeah. So.
Yes.
Copying my data, it will get.
Service.
Very good. Yeah.
Namaste everyone. Very warm welcome to India. Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences is honored to have South Asian countries with us. A very warm welcome once again. Namaste. As a practice, we will start our program with our university's anthem. So I request everyone to please stand up for the anthem.
श्रीगणनाथुनी शारद सत्कवुలను सहजयोगी मुनुलन् सुरुलन् देवब्राह्मण धन्युनी सकलान्तर्यामी हरिणी चाल भजिन्तुम्
ज्ञान विज्ञान विद्या विनय भूषण
रामय्य समूह संस्थाना
ज्ञान विज्ञान विद्या विनय भूषण रामय्य समूह संस्थान तारे निहारिते आगले ಈ ಮಾಲಿಕೆ ಜಯವೆನ್ನುವ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ದ್ರಷ್ಟಾರರು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ ಕನಸಿನ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯವಿದು
ದೀಪದೊಳು ಪ್ರದೀಪಗಳ ಬೆಳಗುವ ಶ್ರದ್ಧಾ ಸ್ಥಾನವಿದು
ಅರಿವಿನ ದಿಗಂತರಾಚನೆ ಜಿಗಿಯುವ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲವಿದು ಗೃಹ ಗೃಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೃಹ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣಕ್ಕೆ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸೋಪಾನವಿದು ಮಿತಿಯಿಲ್ಲದ ಅಮಿತ ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವಿದು ಪ್ರತಿಭೆಯ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಲು ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿಯ ಕೇಂದ್ರವಿದು ಅಜ್ಞಾನದ ಕತ್ತಲೆ ನೀಗುವ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ರಶ್ಮಿದು
ಜಗದೋದ್ಧಾರದ ಹೊಂಗನಸನು ಹೊತ್ತಿದ ಅರಿವಿನ ತಾಣವಿದು
ಅರಿವಿನ ಹಣತೆಯು ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಸಂಖ್ಯಾತ ಕಿರಣಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೆಡೆ ಹೊರಹೊಮ್ಮಿವೆ ಜಯವೆನ್ನುವ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ
On behalf of School of Social Sciences, we warmly welcome, good morning, our Chancellor Sir, Honorable Chancellor Sir, Dr. M. R. Jairam, our CE Sir, Murthy Sir, our keynote speaker today, Mr. Jankar Sir, who is the President of South Asian International Association from ECCD, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Raina Sir, and we also have our dignitaries, Sri Gucharan Sir, Director of School of Social Sciences, Professor Razdan Sir, Professor Kadambi Sir, and we also have Major General Prasad Sir. So thank you so much for graciously accepting our invite on behalf of School of Social Sciences. Before we go to our welcome address, I will want to give you a little overview, brief overview about the international conference. So the International Conference on International Roundtable Conference 2023 on ECCD, which is Early Childhood Care and Development, is organized by School of Social Sciences in association with South Asian International Association for ECCD. So we warmly welcome all the delegates that are present from the 5 South Asian nations, from Sri Lanka, from Maldives, from Bhutan, Nepal, and we also have a delegate from Bangladesh who will be joining us online to visa issues, could not make it. So very warm welcome here to our conference. The conference is divided in a way. We'll have our inaugural session, followed by a group photo session, tea break, and we'll have our technical sessions. In order to also give you a insight into a beautiful campus, we will also have a campus tour of all the international delegates to show you around our
prestigious institutions, huge campus. Yeah. So very warm welcome. I'm sure that we all agree that early childhood care and development is crucial as it lays a very strong foundation for our children, right? Especially in countries like India, which has a very young population. Given that, our conference will serve as a platform to share the best practices of ECCD with teachers, educators, policymakers, lawmakers, and decision makers present in this conference. So this makes this conference extremely significant and crucial. We, the delegates of the 6 South Asian nations, gathered today will plan, assess the ECCD activities in our respective countries to understand, considering the diversity of our countries, our cultures, and most importantly, the diverse environment in which our children are brought up in our different countries. So this conference will discuss and ideate how to upgrade the quality of the ECCD services, develop new strategies to enhance the competencies of children to face the challenges of what we say the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity faced by our children today. So, with this in mind, I warmly welcome everyone, especially South Asian International Association for ECCD. It's an organization based in Sri Lanka. It's a non-profit organization headquartered in the country. And the aim of the organization is to improve the quality of pre-primary and primary education in the South Asian region. So, in order to fulfill this goal, the organization works towards the sharing of best practices among the countries of the region, and they have offices in the different countries of South Asia to ensure that we achieve what is called as Sustainable Development Goal 4.2, which is to ensure that all children can access early childhood care and development and pre-primary education before joining the schools. So as a premier institution of India, we take it as a responsibility to host this conference on such a crucial theme. So we welcome you all. Before we start with a brief introduction about all our delegates, we will move on to our welcoming session. So today in this August gathering, we have amongst us dignitaries of RUAS, our university, and President of South Asian International Association for ECCD, country heads representing Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh online. So, along with our international delegates and faculty members and staff of School of Social Sciences. So, I welcome our Honorable Chancellor of Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences, Dr. Mr. M.R. Jairam sir, for his gracious presence in our inaugural session. I request our Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Kadambi sir, to kindly welcome Honorable Chancellor. We are also delighted to have Mr. Janka Kamalgoda, President, South Asian International Association for ECCD, with us. I request sir to kindly welcome sir with a bouquet. I welcome our Chief Executive of Gokula Education Foundation Medical, Shri M.R. Srinivas Murthy sir, to this international honor. On behalf of School of Social Sciences, we cordially welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Kuldeep Kumar Raina sir, for graciously accepting our invite. I welcome Dr. Pushpati Nath Razdan sir, who is the Principal Advisor, Quality Assurance and Excellence, for being with us today. School of Social Sciences extends a very cordial and warm welcome to Shri Gurcharan sir, who's the director of School of Social Sciences and School of Law. We welcome Professor Govind Kadambi sir, Pro VC Research, for his gracious presence and helping us in planning the program. On behalf of RUAS, I welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Prabhat Mahesha the Elvis, guest of honor from Sri Lanka to the campus. Sir has a rich experience in finance, banking, and his contribution to Sri Lankan economy and country is significant. A very warm welcome, sir. On behalf, I welcome Mr. Jamsho, Country Manager Bhutan, to the round table.
Just a minute. Just a minute, yeah, you can take that.
Okay. On behalf of RUAS, I also welcome Ms. F. Ifta Sadi, Country Manager Maldives, to our roundtable conference. On behalf of our university, I also welcome Ms. Prem Kumari Budakoti Nepal from Nepal. I request her to kindly welcome her. Since Mr. Hutchins could not be here, anyway, I will extend our warm welcome to Hutchins sir, who is joining us online. On behalf of the university, we also welcome Dr. Dheeraj Malhotra, who is the advisor in South Asian Association, and also the Indian delegate, convener of this program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kadambi. We welcome respected deans, associate deans, and faculty members of various faculties of Ramaiah University who are part of this program. So before we begin with our inaugural address and keynote address, I will request each of the delegates who are present on a dais to kindly introduce yourself in short so that we enrich the diversity and the different countries who are present today in our boardroom. So we request the delegates of Maldives, please, to give us a brief introduction. Name and...
Yes, I'm Rita Sadiq, Country Manager Maldives. I'm a preschool teacher and a franchisee holder. And I'm really happy to be here and honored to be here in this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We one delegate from Bhutan, sir.
Greetings to all. Thank you so much for having us. It's the moment we entered the campus, we entered with a smile. So thank you so much for having us. From Bhutan, we are of 6. We are representing the private ECCD as well as the community ECCD of our country. So we are here to exchange and learn from each other. Thank you so much for having us.
Good morning and a good day to all of you. I'm Prabhat Elvis from Sri Lanka, and we have an experienced team from Sri Lanka who has been working hard on setting policy on early childhood development. So we highly appreciate your effort to support us, and we really thank you all for welcoming us with a warm heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaste everyone. This is Prem Kumari Burakoti from Nepal. I'm representing ECC of Nepal. So I am a CEO Director of ELCAM Education Research Center, which mainly work for ECD teachers, and we are slowly working for ECD policy as well. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank you, Aradhana, for taking this call, and all the wonderful delegates, because sitting here in India and coordinating with so many And with the privilege of being here this morning, I look forward to taking back wonderful memories towards learning. And I'm really surprised, delighted, and of course, looking forward with the privilege of being here at this wonderful portal of learning. Thank you so much. Take care.
It is my pleasure now to introduce our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. M.R. Jairam sir. Sir is the chairman of Gokula Education Foundation, which is called as GEF, which was established in 1962 with a mission, education and health for the better of mankind. GEF has established number of colleges and schools on this huge campus that we call as Gangotri campus. We also have a campus in Pinia, which is few kilometers away. So the schools include, that is our different departments, as you would say, include engineering, which is the top premier institute in our country. So also medicine, nursing, dental, law, management, School of Social Sciences, and so on. So you find almost all disciplines on one campus today. So GF has more than 11,000 students on the campus. It is a pioneer in establishment of privately financed educational institutions, and they are largely responsible for Bengaluru or Bangalore becoming an educational hub, and which has led to highly developed Bangalore of today. He is largely responsible also for GEF's achievements. For instance, he has created a super specialty hospital in memory of his father, which also has become a pride of the city today. The MSR School of Advanced Studies is also his creation. Along with his role as that of a prominent educationist, he also is a chairman of the society that advances reforms in education. He's also a renowned businessman, industrialist of repute, and philanthropist. He has also created a trust that awards scholarship annually to the financially backward, meritorious candidates for pursuing higher education. He has created, in fact, an Indology center which is involved in the study of ancient Indian history and scriptures. He was also into politics for a short stint. He was elected member of the Legislative Assembly of Karnataka State. Sir was awarded doctorate honorary by Coventry University for his contribution to education and business during November 2006. So with this brief introduction, I request Honorable Chancellor Sir to inaugurate the International Roundtable Conference 2023 on ECCD by delivering his inaugural address.
Surrendering myself to the divine. The president of today's president of the South Asian International Association, Mr. Janak Kamal Goda ji, Mr. Srinivas Putri ji, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raina, Dr. Gurucharan, the two Vice Chancellors, Prasad, and all the delegates of these wonderful day today, very bright day. So welcome you all to all my brothers from various countries. Firstly, I would like to, this is a very, very important subject for the world. The child care. I think we have come round of thinking of, we are thinking of the child care which we have started so many million years ago. And that was the fundamental thing that how the human man started developing. But in this modern age, we started about 300 years, I think we have, had a philosophy of rushing towards gold. And in that rush, we have forgotten where we are, what are our responsibilities, what are our duties as a human being. And we all started seeing the front and looking at that wonderful yellow gold. But in this process of of rushing for the goal, I think we have stumbled a lot. We have forgotten our past. And now, today, after 300 years, we are realizing somewhere we have taken a back seat and we have started feeling that pressure that we have missed many things. And this materialistic world has not able to fulfill what we thought it is going to fulfill. We thought the whole world started rushing towards, and we thought that the world is going to, we are going to remove poverty, we are going to remove, the food hunger. We thought we will see that the best of health is given to our people, the best of education given to our people, the best of housing could be given to our people. Everything we have started thinking that we are going to have a wonderful time. And from the villages, the urbanization took place in such a big way, I think, and this has proved a bit of a destruction of our nature itself and most importantly, our village. And as we are all from South Asian countries, I think we share all the same bonds, whether it is religion, whether it is culture, whether it is society. All religions in Southeast Asia, we have the same ethos, same culture, and same societal upbringing. So there is no differences. The differences have come only in recent times when everybody wanted to get into this mad rush. However, I think now is the time that we are now very seriously thinking of going back and looking at our children. The first and foremost thing, we started in our culture and religion is, the first thing is the baby when it's born, the breastfeed. Started from there, and how beautiful it was. What a, if you start analyzing that itself, all your problems are solved. The nature has given so much, giving the best of nourishment to a child which is born. This is our culture. And that's exactly what we have forgotten. And today we have got a movement of telling the people of breastfeeding day. I see from where we have slipped and where we have gone. These are some of the things that we are seeing in our own country, in our own Southeast Asian countries. This is all the the defects that we have passed through. Now the world is looking at the holistic approach. Now they are saying, no, we have to get back, go back and think of our, the systems, how to develop our children, giving them good health, good education. All these things now they are already started thinking about all these things. And I think Mahatma Gandhi once said, before the independence, he said, please don't go to the village and spoil it. And now, today, I think the great man had foreseen a good people with large heart and large thinking for the betterment of mankind. They thought how bad it would be if that is lost. Today we are seeing the urbanization has completely collapsed. We have not solved the poverty. We have not solved the hunger. We have not solved the sanitation. We have not solved the housing. You tell me what is that we have solved? Except to say that we can see what is the divide, the total divide. 10% of the haves and 90% of the have-nots. This is what we are now realizing to understand ourselves. And you young people, I think this is a time for you to think. And this is a time that the South-South relationship has to grow in a very, very big way. We have to tell this world what exactly the good of mankind, not only the mankind, to the very nature itself. You cannot disintegrate yourself from nature and mankind. They are integrated. This integration is the most important thing for the development of our human society. This human society starts from child, from the mother, and the family, and the village, and all the animals that are there, the domestic animals, the nature. Everything is involved in this beautiful development of human development of mind. So we give a lot of respect for the mind development. That is our ethos. That is one thing that thought process gives, that everybody is responsible for everything. Every human man is responsible for every living organism in this world. But today we talk of human rights. We are thinking of only a human being and not anything else. That is I think today we realize where we have slipped. Having said all this, I think this is, I'm not giving you, I'm going because you are people who have started this movement. The movement is why I'm so much enamored by this. The movement is so wonderful. It starts from the fundamentals, very, very fundamentals of our living, the way we live, starts from a child in this bond. That is the wonderful thing. I think God bless you. You have taken up such a wonderful, you tell me what is that you want us. We are there with you. The whole of our university is open to you. Let me be very frank. We are also in the same type of thinking. And we are now today, we are sending our students to the rural areas, asking them to stay there, asking them to get in to know what is going on, the reality of life. I'll tell you one incident. These are all very practical instances. 10 years back, when we sent our medical college students, the urban students all over India, they come, they're all highly educated, they come from different cities. And when the students were in the first year, we said you must go to the rural area and stay for 10 days. So that was the program given. 28 villages we had adopted and said, you stay there and find out what the difficulties are. Seventh day, I went there and then I said, okay, we'll meet all the students. And we asked, what is your opinion on all of it? One girl stood up and said, she was weeping and said, sir, I never knew that there was no toilets in this village. They had to go outside. I never knew my country is like this. That is the reality. That is the learning process. That is a disconnect. That's the disconnect. Now they are living in beautiful urban areas. They don't know what is happening in the rural areas. This disconnect has to be removed. So today I think this time has come when all of us, as the Southeast Asian countries, and the other day when I was in Washington, in a conference for this international universities where they met. They mostly wanted to integrate, get students from all over the world and to come and study in America and integrate with have relationship with all the universities all over the world. One thing, but which enamored me, which I really thinking started was there was one conference was South-South relationship. So the people from South America, people from Africa, people from Asia, all the three of them sat together thinking of where we are. So they said, I don't think we can afford to go to these developed countries. Education is no more such easily available, so expensive. It is not possible for us to sell our property. Even if we sell our property, who is going to give us? Who is going to send us? Now they said the South-South relationship is very, very important. Can we help each other?
Right.
Can we open up? Can we make them much better people? We know what poverty is. We know what the importance of education is. And we know how to go about. Can we bring these three southern continents bring them together, help each other, and make an opening so that they come and make one, so that each one takes care of other. This is our ethos. And India being I said very clearly that, see, India, when the vaccination was in this pandemic, when we found the vaccination, it spread and it gave to all the people all over the world, all these southern, countries, all the poor countries. Now that's exactly what we have to do. We have to, all of us have think the same lines. We have to integrate ourselves. See, we have to learn because this is the same culture that we are in. Let us not bother of religion. All religions we are known that they are thinking the same way. They think of human good. That's the basic principles. Let us forget of the modern thoughts and all this which is to divide us. Let us go back and say we are here to bring our people together. Bring the humanity together. Make them much better place to live. Take care of the people who are in want. This is exactly what we are supposed to do. And I would also, at that point of time, I was the ECCD chairman, Mr. Sitaraman was there. ECCD is the board, the chairman who is heading the Indian, education system for engineering sciences and social sciences. So I was telling him, look here, this is the right time when we open up for social sciences and engineering sciences to the people of the world. Let us go forward. Let us ask the government. Let it be from government to government. Let them nominate. Let them send the best of minds. And if we can share it, let us share with them. This is the thought process which I have also initiated. And as being now the chairman of the all India body for this private education institutions, universities education in this country, I have now started this movement to talk to the government and make this place a better place. Make them realize that we are all brothers. We have got the same culture, we have got the same outlook, we have got the same social problems. Let us come together, we will help each other. And after having said this, I think you have got more in-depth study you have to do. And I've just taken at a macro level, what is the whole thinking of today we are living in the modern world. Let's not forget, we cannot run away from it. And what is that we have to do is very, very more important. And most importantly, that I think it is the health, the education of to our women folk in the rural areas. We have to educate them. It is not knowledge. It is education of the basic education is what we have to start. Number one. Number two is the sanitation, the way in which they live. The health. Health is what from sanitation it comes to better health. And the better health gives them better strength. And better strength gives them better thinking. And that is where education now comes in. And if good education is given at the level of the primary and the secondary education, that is where we have built our strength of the upcoming generation. They are the source of wealth today for us. They have to be educated to protect our planet. Let me be very frank. They have to protect our planet. We have to give them that courage. We must give them that energy to see that the Southeast Asian countries are the people who can be the leaders of tomorrow. They can talk of humanity without any selfish motive. This is the ethos of our Southeast Asian countries. So with this, sir, you are the leader. We follow you. So we are, and let me be very frank with you that I would like to see that. I've started this dialogue with the government, and we are pursuing that if we can open up to these countries for engineering or social sciences, they can come in. We can, see, when I was there in US, they are charging $30,000 to $40,000. Yeah, who can afford? Can a poor man afford in any of the South Asian countries per year? One and a half, million, 1.5 crores of dollars. What are we trying to talk about? And is it the education that we are supposed to get? So I think these are things which we are opening, and we want you to also open up. That you also have to think about all these the problems. And I'm also opening up a dialogue with the government to see whether we can take this from these South Asian countries or all our 5 countries so that the students can come in to see. We have got number of thousands of Indian colleges. I think we can afford to take your burden. We can give you good education. Let us be partners with that. And if there is anything with you, we are prepared to come to you, and you become a partner, and we'll come to you. So this is how we have to now build the relationship. Thank you very much for having come to our university. And this is a young university. We have started this university just about 6 years back, 7 years back. Now we are growing this university. Now we have engineering sciences, we have social sciences, and we have medical sciences. All of them have come under the applied sciences. And the applied sciences, as you know, is a word which is of modern thought, where the outcome-based education is what we are talking, and we are trying to imbibe that and bring outcome-based education in India so that none of our students go out. That is our philosophy. But however, it's a long way to go. It's not going to be easy way. It's a very, very long way to go. And we have to take the people along to educate them. And education is within the house. Education is very important. You may have the thought process, but if there's disconnect, the whole house will collapse. So we have to take everybody, educate everybody, and take them along, because our philosophy has been. So this is a process that we are now started, and we hope by God's blessing we may achieve. If we achieve, thank Him for all that's come. Sir, thank you very much. Welcome to all your delegates. You have a wonderful time today, and I'm sure that you will remember this occasion for having come to this wonderful city of Bangalore. And people talk of so many things. It's the capital and this and that, but I would say the wonderful, highly educated center.
Yes.
The formula. It has got its own history. The University of Science which is just one of the best institutions in the country, was started about 130 years back. And we had the Mysore University, which was about 140 years back. So we had a scientific center. Bangalore was a very big scientific center. So most of the institutions are central colleges more than 100 years old. So we have a culture of modern as well as knowing of the past. So we are trying to build this type of episode. So wish you all the best, sir. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this insightful address. As sir rightly suggested, that this is a platform to enhance, to strengthen our relations among the South Asian countries that have gathered today. Why not? Because we, along with the common challenges of climate change, mounting poverty, services, public service delivery, governance issues, we also have common strength of rich human capital. So I think, as rightly suggested, we should utilize that, especially when we talk about young aged countries. And India is one of them. Along with that, Sir rightly suggested that along with the focus on North-South corridor, we would like to urge and take this collaboration forward, as we call it, as the Global South-South Cooperation in Education Sector. And what more important is that this conference comes at a very crucial time when India is raising the voices of the global south, especially in health education sector with the upcoming education working group under G20 presidency, wherein ECCD as one of the primary SDG goals 4.2 will be discussed in detail. So thank you so much, sir, for giving us these points. We will definitely work towards them and we will work for the human. Thank you so much. I will now invite my colleague, Dr. Anand Ramu, Emma, who is Assistant Professor, Faculty, Department of Economics, School of Social Sciences, to take this program forward.
So, thank you, Dr. Aradhana Talwar. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Janaka Kamalagoda, the President of South Asian International Association for ECCD, Sri Lanka. He has kindly agreed to be our keynote speaker today. Sir has worked as a member of the Board of Management of the National Apprentice and Industrial Training Authority, which is the leading government vocational education institute in Sri Lanka. Importantly, he gave the academic leadership to develop national competency standards, national curriculums, formative assessment guidelines related to early childhood care and development in Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan government and all private teacher training institutions in Sri Lanka use those national documents for capacity building of the ECCD teachers and offer nationally and internationally accepted professional qualifications. And he is the Chief Executive Officer of the South Asian International Institute of Higher Education and South Asian International Institute of Management and Development. In terms of his contribution to the global society, as we all know that he is the President of South Asian International Association for Early Childhood Care and Development and International Association for Quality Education, which are working with South Asian educators to achieve SDG goal number 4. In addition to that, he is working with Greening Education Partnership Programs and many other programs with UNESCO and UNESCO Convention on Technical and Vocational Education Forum to transform green education into global education system. With this brief introduction, I request Mr. Janaka Kamalagoda sir to deliver his keynote address. Over to you.
I want. Namaste.
Can we put a
Thanks, microphone.
Yes, stage. Stage.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thanks to Ramaiah University and Vice Chancellor, and all the people and country managers of the all South Asian countries, Bhutan, Nepal, Maldives, and especially we want to thanks to Dr. Iraj and all the Indian educators and all the team who gave the instant support to make this event more success. And we believe India as an elder brother to Sri Lanka, not only the Sri Lanka, to all South Asian countries. In the elder brother, always he tries to look after the young brothers. Like that, India always support to us, to Sri Lanka and all South Asian countries. In this moment also, we saw that we actually, if I go with my presentation, yes, today South Asian International Association for Early Childhood Care and Development to make a good network among the educators in the South Asian region, to share our best practices, to share our knowledge, to share our competencies. Then when we work as a team in the South Asian region, we think we can do a lot of things. We can share a lot of new ideas, new innovations, a lot of things. And actually, it is pleasure to inform all of you, we have a good country managers and good educators from all South Asian countries to support us to achieve this objective. All of us know that our target is to achieve the sustainable development goals. We have 16 goals. As educators, we have a special goal to achieve quality education. The quality education is our challenge, how we can achieve the quality education for all South Asian countries. Especially educators related to the ECCD, we have a special target to achieve the quality ECCD education. By 2030, you can see that our target is to develop the quality early childhood education for all South Asian countries. Then we have global indicators to identify that whether we can achieve quality ECCD in 2030. We work we do a lot of things in Sri Lanka, in Bhutan, and in other countries. To achieve sustainable goals 4.2, that is quality early childhood education. Then one thing is there are early childhood development indicators. Through the indicators, we can check, we can measure whether we are achieving to our objectives. You can see image like an iceberg. Always in Sri Lanka and all other countries, we speak about the general education, how we can develop the general education. We discuss about the higher education, we discuss about the degree programs, postgraduate programs, master programs, related to the medicine, related to the engineering, all this. All this in Sri Lanka and all other South Asian countries. I like to ask from all of you, have you given enough priority for the ECCD education, early childhood education? Because everything will depend on the from the first 5 years. As a policymakers, as a educators, we have to think twice. We have to rethink how we can the priority for the ECCD, early childhood education. Chancellor and Vice Chancellor and all the do the big role in India to develop the education. We like to work together to develop the early childhood education. We need a lot of support from you to develop the early childhood education in the South Asian countries. Before I go to the early childhood education, all of us know that we want to achieve the objectives in the education. Earlier, we tried to give maximum knowledge to the children. We taught science, commerce, and all the subjects. In the classroom, we try to give the best knowledge to the children, generation by generation. But in present, we discuss about the 21st century skills. We try to develop the creativity. We try to develop the communication skills. We try to develop the collaboration skills. We try to develop the critical thinking. In the universities, we try to develop those skills using the new teaching methods. Now, when we study in our period, when I did my masters and all the things, we did a lot of we went to the library and we people a lot of books. Now we see in the universities in the Sri Lanka and other countries, they do a lot of presentations, they do a lot of projects because we focus about to develop their creativity, their communication skills, their collaboration skills, their critical thinking skills. If you want to develop 21st century skills in the university students, if you want to develop the 21st century skills among the school children, firstly we have to focus how we can develop creativity among the children in the childhood stage. How we can develop collaboration skills, how we can develop their communication skills, how we can develop the critical thinking skills in the preschool, in the pre-primary school. then we can develop those skills among the school children, among the university students. Without we concern children in the preschool, the primary school, we can't accept, we can't hope very creative person in the university. We can't expect a very creative doctor from the medical college without we develop creativity among the ECCD children. There is a challenge to ECCD teachers, ECCD educators, policymakers, how we can develop those skills among the children. We can't do it alone. Only ECCD teachers we can't do it. Only ECCD policymakers we can't do it. We want support like you. We want your guidance, advice for the policy making, for the teacher training, for the decision making, to achieve those things. Not only that, for skills, when we consider broadly about the 21st century skills, we consider a lot of things. We have to develop the stream education system. We have to think those things, how we can develop the general skills, how we can develop those things in university education. It may be in the medical faculty, it may be in the engineering faculty, it may be in the social science, in whatever subject area, we have to develop those skills. In Sri Lanka, in our university system, now we focus about the KSM approach. We focus to develop the knowledge, skills, attitudes, as well as the mindset. Without develop the mindset, we can't make a good person. In the Sri Lankan university system, the Sri Lankan University Grant Commission, we focus to develop the KSM approach to all the courses. But especially I like to focus my approach about the education in 22nd century. We have to, earlier we focus about the knowledge, to develop the knowledge. Then we thought how to develop the competencies, knowledge, skills and attitudes. Then we talk about the 21st century skills, knowledge, skills, attitudes and mindset. But next century, we have to focus about the spiritual intelligence. How to develop the kindness, how to develop the quality of the human being. That's a challenge to us for the next century. I think, as you said, the main thing is to policymakers, the politicians, and all the educators to develop the human beings, to develop the spiritual, to develop the heart of the people. Without a good heart, we can't see a good doctor. Without a good heart, we can't see a good engineer. Without a good heart, we can't see a good teacher. The teacher maybe have so many qualifications, so many skills. But if she doesn't have a good heart, good spiritual mind, we can't see a good contribution to the children. And with the limited time, I think I got some idea to you. Now, when we turn to the early childhood education, in Sri Lanka and all South Asian countries, in Sri Lanka, we focus, a lot of our teachers focus to develop the writing skills in the children, the piece. And the parents also expect to develop the writing skills among the children before they enter the school. But now we focus total development or holistic development of the children. There are identified domains. It may be different from the Bhutan and Bangladesh and other countries, but we can see the common domains. Mainly, we want to develop the health and physical sector. We want to develop the language and literacy skills. We want to develop the cognitive skills. We want to develop the social and emotional skills. If we can develop the health and sector among the children, if we can develop the language and literacy skills, if we can develop the cognitive skills, if we can develop the social and emotional skills, then we can expect total child. But we have to concern that we focus in our preschool curriculum whether we have given enough time to all domains. We do a lot of activities. Sometimes we do a lot of activities to develop the language skills. But whether we have given the enough time to even the other domains. And when we go to the details, when we consider about the health sector, we want to develop the health living practices, personal safety to make a good child. And we want to develop the gross motor skills and gross motor skills and fine motor skills. As educators, as ECCD teachers, we know how we can develop the fine motor skills, how we can develop the gross motor skills, what kind of activities we can do to develop the health living practices. But from you, as a medical institute, you have to do a lot of things to support us because from the then to make a good child, you have to develop a good health. Then as a medical college, you can support us how we can develop the health sector of the children. Not only the India, not only the Sri Lanka, for all South Asian countries. It is more important to us to develop a good child. And actually, we like to invite all of you to your university to support to us, to all South Asian countries, to develop health sector, especially for the capacity building of the teachers for the health sector. Then we can do a lot of things for the children. And we want to develop the social and emotional skills. When we consider the social skills, we want to make a good relationship with the adults, relationship with peers, social behaviors. When we consider about the emotional sector, we have to develop the self-concept, self-control. Then we have a lot of activities to develop those domains and subdomains and specific areas. But we need a lot of support from the medical, as a medical college, as an institute, and your guidance, your support for the policy decisions and to develop the curriculums, to develop the activities, to identify the children from the medical for those things. And when we consider about the cognitive developments, there are 3 subdomains and there are some sort of specific aspects. Even in the Sri Lanka, even in the Bhutan, even in the Bangladesh, even in the Nepal, all other South Asian countries, we want to develop the cognitive skills among the children. Then we have some sort of activities, we have syllabus, curriculums. But you can do a lot of support to us. How can we develop those things among the children? Yeah. Basically, I wanted to give some idea. What are the domains, subdomains, and specific areas we cover for the holistic level.
I know, I would have been like that.
Then how we can develop those skills among the children?
Seriously, I would have been like that.
There should be a good teaching methods.
I don't like this.
Without the good teaching methods, we can't achieve this. Now, earlier we thought the teacher is the main person in the classroom. Teacher have to give all the knowledge to the children. But now, in the Sri Lanka, we use the 5E method. We give the more priority to explore knowledge. Dr. Ayal Ginike, she was the Deputy Director General of the National Institute of Education Sri Lanka. She introduced 5E method to the Sri Lankan education system. We try to, the teacher's role is a facilitator. The teacher should give the opportunity to the children to explore knowledge. Then we have to concern what is the duty of the teacher. Now earlier we were in the transformation, then now we are in the transformation. Teacher's role is the facilitator. How we can facilitate to the children to explore the knowledge. We use the presentation methods and we use a lot of project based and a lot of things we use in the school system. Then how we can apply those methods even in the preschool. That's the challenge to ECCD teachers. Earlier we used physically, we were in the classroom as a teacher. We saw the children, but with the technology, we had to use the TPAC platform. Then teachers should have the content knowledge and medical knowledge in addition to the technology. With the COVID, we turned to the technology, we use the Zoom and all the things. Without the technical knowledge, teacher can't be a good teacher now in the present. Yeah. Then COVID period, all the ECC teachers also used Zoom and all the medias to teach even the ECC teachers. But now, in today, we use in the artificial intelligence also. Now, when we want to say some story, we use the artificial intelligence. Then, without the mobile phone, without the IT facilities, now it is difficult to teach to the children. So the children like to use those things. Then how we can use those things to develop holistic development? That's the challenge to us. I introduce this method to our education system. Always I teach, I guide to the teachers to be in the TOE center. Always we saw in our classroom when we were the children, teacher got the maximum time from the classroom, the period to give the knowledge. We were listener. But if we can give the more chance to the children, if the children can contribute more, then the classroom may be a student center. Then how we can arrange our teaching methods to give more priority to the children? How we can do our activities project based in October method to explore the knowledge. That's the challenge. Then I wanted to brief all the things within a few minutes. I think as a university, as a very leading university in India, I like your support, especially to develop the health and nutrition sector. Health and nutrition sector. Your guidance for the policy making, for the activities, for the capacity building of the Nepal and Bhutan and Sri Lanka and Bangladesh and Pakistan. It is better for our children, for our teachers. And especially we want to concern about the children who need the special education, inclusive education. Then as educators, we have some sort of activities and some sort of knowledge how to manage the children with the special needs. But as a medical college, as a university, I think you can give a lot of support to us to treat well for the children in this service. And those things I wanted to raise in this discussion. I thanks for all members of the university and to all the delegates. I think today all of you can make a good discussions for the holistic development of the children in the South Asian region. Thank you very much.
So thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for this insightful keynote address. We're happy to hear that you have mentioned that India has your elder brother. And we have more responsibility when you say we are the elder brother. And you have highlighted that ECCD is a global issue in the education, and we should have a South-South collaboration in achieving that goal. You also explained how the general education is given priority, and ECCD requires policy prioritization. We also related what are the challenges which is faced by our ECCD teachers, and what are the new innovative methods we should adopt in achieving these targets. So thank you once again for your wonderful keynote. Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra, an advisor in South Asian International Association for ECCD, educator working in this field, to present the vote of thanks. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
To give a brief introduction about Dr. Dheeraj Mehrotra, sir. He is an educational innovator.
Yes, please.
Author with an expertise in Six Sigma in education, academic audits, neuro-linguistic programming, total quality management in education, an experiential educator and a CBSE's resource towards school assessment in India. He authored over 100 books, more than 100 books on topics which include computer science, artificial intelligence, digital body language, NLP, quality circles, school management, classroom effectiveness, and safety and security in schools. He has been a prominent educator with an ample teaching experience of more than 2 decades. And he has also been honored with the President of India's National Teacher Award in the year 2006 and many other prestigious awards to his credit. And he has conducted over 1,000 workshops globally on excellence in education and is an active TEDx speaker. As a premium Udemy instructor, he has developed over 450 courses and caters to over 8 lakh students across 180 countries in the world. Now, once again, I request Dheeraj Mehrotra, sir, to make the comment.
Well, thank you, Dr. Ananta, for this great introduction. Well, it's not that much, but I am still a learner. And to learn is to earn that every time I speak. Well, Mr. Janika discussed about the ECCE and the priority. Before I come to my role play of thanking you all, I have the pleasure to share some of the benefits we are looking forward through the National Curriculum Framework at the foundational stage that we in India look forward to discussing on play-based learning, inclusive education, integrated learning, multiple intelligences, assessment as a priority. And that is what recently, 2 days back, we had a deliberation at Pune, where the Secretary Education and the Minister of Education dialogued over these issues. And I'm sure with today's discussion, we shall certainly be looking forward to streamlining and brainstorming some major issues on quality ECCE. Well, I'm thankful to Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences for organizing this one-day international roundtable. My heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Jayaram, sir. I'm really blessed to listen to your wonderful words, and it came from heart. May I have an applause for sir's corrective measures which came to these educators in a wonderful manner. I'm also thankful to the Chief Executive, Shri Srinivasa Murthy, sir, Honorable VC Dr. Kuldeep Kumar, sir, Honorable President, South Asian Institute for Early Childhood Care, Mr. Janika, a good friend of mine, and all the wonderful delegates who are here today to actually be a party to making of a history in this room about the catering to the five-nation theory, I would say, of ECCE, and looking forward to a quality deliberation and step ahead towards the portals of looking forward and practicing that in our classrooms. Special thanks to Gurcharan sir, Director, School of Social Sciences, and Pro VC Research, Dr. Govind Kadambri sir. I also thank from the core of my heart, Madam Anushri, yes? Aradhna, I'm so sorry, Aradhna, and my colleague who read my profile, Dr. Ananta, for taking this as a priority for a university of a higher level to discuss the early childhood care is in itself a research step. And I'm sure that looking forward to further deliberations which we have continuous further in the day, that how best we are going to be contributing to the learning takeaway from this very roundtable. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. And we are in the close of the inaugural session. So thank you one and all for your gracious presence. And now we will assemble near the main entrance here for a group photograph, and we'll be back after 10 minutes for the next technical session.
Now you can visualize.
Praise or something like that. Hobbies and then what experience in the lead and Facebook. Which is really really accepted himself. Thanks.
I'm encouraged.
I'm going to do something for the first time. It's sitting and doing a.
It's only temporary.
Quality of the whole thing is down. See how they're talking about the whole thing. You know, mean that we are doing a very good job, right? But make it yeah, up and yes.
Excuse me, can we have something?
Actually, if we can open.
I never was this. What do you
Achi invitation. Dinner next.
Yeah, I think.
Where is in Batangil machine? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Dr. Dinya.
And I mean, it was a lot of dance. The very right selection.
I would love to host you and your colleagues for dinner. Anytime, please let me know your actually where you are and your colleagues friends are basically I'll pick up you from the hotel and say. 25th na program siya attend lang nga then structure. We can share what's up.
That is the big
Copy mode like that. Ini copy mode lah.
Montessori Montessori can go out.
It is the rate.
Exactly, that's what I feel. You would have got some things. I do not follow what is going to say. Because I also realize. Yes, I know that. I realize. He had a lot of content. Yeah.
Give me one. Thank you.
For instance,
Spoke about it.
we will see the involvement of other influences. Doctor, speak whatever you have on a camera. If you go for it, yeah. And then you can if you stop here like 2 seconds, I can switch on. You can throw those words here and there, but you know,
Living thing, I think that's very good.
alternate, 1 second, 1 second. Additional one. This will take forever to finish now. 1, 2, 3 presentation here. 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. Even if you replace the 10 times.
Orang busy है बच्चे. Right, really, cancel member.
See, now we have time constraints. So we should make it alternative. Not everyone get a chance, but like first public policy, then consumer manager, then economics. So we can after public policy, let the stand people. Now we have only 1.5 hours. Oh, okay. No. It's again coming. Now everybody wants to speak.
Yeah,
Now everybody wants to speak.
So expensive again.
मैंने तो बहुत रिलैक्स होकर चला ना हमारा एरिया है जो एरिया में काम करें वो ठीक से नहीं बता रहे थे हम लोग
my mom was willing to write this.
you understand now?
Yeah.
Interceptions.
Presentation and giving. And the parents also. If it parents are planning, it's single matter.
How mothers or fathers they intercept in a family, in a family, in public space of a family. What are these?
I used to like that.
Who else? Abhi, come.
So it's not I am
All delegates have got their chairs?
But you're being this English must be good maybe. Because their syllabus is vast. And in exams are they're only because it's not also if you take a side from no work and I don't do this, they do drama, they do those managers because we are in calendar to jobs to presentation still couldn't. It's not going. Then generally get our
The madam is.
Yeah. Hola. Kamsu sir, you'll be using the PPT? No.
I'm not using it.
Oh, you're done. Okay. Then, Rifda Satif, are you using the PPT?
No.
No. Mr. Prabhat, he's out, no?
Tomorrow.
And Surani ma'am, you,
Yeah, it's
Surani ma'am.
instead of her, I'm the one who's doing.
Okay, okay. So you get the names changed?
Yes, yes.
I have done it.
So the name has to be changed, no?
Yeah.
I need it.
And inform to him tomorrow only we are doing. I think all current days tomorrow.
So is this tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
And all current days. We all together.
Rifta, no, she's going to speak today also.
Is it so? I'm going to speak today.
Rani ma'am, your presentation, Rani ma'am, your presentation for today, second half, you'll speak or you will be. You can speak like that.
Today, that's a discussion they have to do.
Okay.
I have already upfront.
You'll speak. PPT.
After,
Okay.
our PPT is not today.
Yeah.
So, ma'am is not.
Yeah. 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 Comes to mind.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Then say yeah. No, RFP in the RFP on the phone. Yeah. In so
Thank you.
oh, safety. So you have to do something. Did you record? For my speech?
Yeah. Got your speech?
Consider.
Consider?
Yeah, we go for a walk, all of us.
Walk.
Yeah.
Sorry, no.
Yeah.
Not a good place to go around.
Lucky.
Mali.
Yeah, we go shopping.
Say maybe.
Go shopping. So we take umbrellas. Is there one umbrella? I don't have an umbrella. Yes, precious.
What is that?
Are you from home romance in the day?
Sorry?
Romance in the day, you want to see that?
I don't get it. Ah, really? Ah, okay.
In village, what you do in?
Sorry?
Yeah, I should all go from that.
Diga.
You can do whatever you want after tomorrow.
But your name is.
Beach in Mango, right?
I don't think so. Don't have a beach over there, is it? Oh, we are surrounded. We are surrounded by beaches and seafood.
2 minutes, we'll settle. It's done. Already, Have all the delegates come? So, or should we wait? We'll start.
If it is,
Let me join this start. I'll introduce. So very warm welcome to everyone. We begin with our working session 1. Very warm welcome. We start with our working session 1, where each of us will just make or share views, perspectives from our respective countries on what efforts, initiatives we have made in the area of ECCD or complementary or supplementary areas, if not explicitly, implicitly. So I think this working session, the objective is to ideate, to trigger discussions around various topics. It could be right from health to education and overall holistic development of a child. So we look forward to learn from each other through our working sessions. The format will be, we all present to begin with the departments of School of Social Sciences, 3 departments currently, that is public policy, economics, followed by sociology and data science will make a presentation, followed by we will invite the delegates then to take on to take forward the presentations. And towards the end, we'll have a collective Q&A in case anyone has any queries we would like to address. That could be from us to any country, etc. So before we begin, I introduce our Pro Vice Chancellor, Research, Professor Govind Kadambi, sir. And thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invite to chair the session. We also have our Director, Shri Gurcharan, sir, who I will request, sir, to please make interventions as and when. Sir has a very vast and rich experience in policy area. He's a practitioner himself in Indian administration. So I think without his interventions and suggestions, the whole discussion will be incomplete, at least from the Indian side. We also have, and thank you, sir, Janaka, sir, for being part of our technical session. And we request you also to make any interventions as and when the presentations are. So let's make it a very ideating and discuss a more interactive session. So to begin with, my particular...
Can I just pause for a moment? Just a word about Dr. Govind Kadambi. You know, he, besides being an outstanding researcher and scientist, he has been the pillar of this university.
Yes.
He's been with the university for 17 years, meaning also seeing the transition from what was the Center for Advanced Studies to the university. He has a very onerous responsibility because he looks after two campuses. One is this campus, which is called Gyan Gangotri, and there is another campus in Kenya. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take you there today, but I'm sure there'll be another opportunity. Mr. Mehrotra will present to us to bring all of you back to our university sometime soon. So I'm grateful to Dr. Kadambi, not only for chairing this working session, he's been the force behind today's roundtable. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Not much of, I should say, being thankful to Guru Sharan because he has been insisting that I should be there. In the morning. First, I thought I should be there in the morning. I thought there was some urgent work, but and he has requested me to be there for the afternoon also. So I requested that. Or Vice Chancellor to excuse me from other meetings in the afternoon also. Okay. I am very grateful, and also all my colleagues and also Jericho. Just now, only 2 minutes I would say. In fact, I was struck by the speech or the narration by our Chancellor and also Mr. Jericho. Actually, I was telling Gulshan how now some of these 4 C's, what is, I also tell it, exactly his 4 C's are covering now the 3 of the essential ingredients of entrepreneurial success for any person by Michael Faraday. That's what I was just narrating. And now we are talking about education. I'll just only say, two things actually. Now, most of you or all of us would have heard of Dr. Kalam, or former president, who has really ignited, inspired the younger generation like anything actually. So his statement of the learning and knowledge is, just to paraphrase his statement, learning gives creativity, creativity leads to thinking, thinking gives you knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. Actually, this is essentially how the learning, and that means to say, if you assume that knowledge is perennial, obviously learning is also perennial, because once learning starts, knowledge ceases to enrich. Actually, that's one thing. And again, now we are saying now South cooperation, etc. In Sanskrit, there is a saying actually, Vidvan Sarvatra Pujyate. That means those who are knowledgeable, they are adored everywhere. Actually, if there is one thing in this universe where there is no boundary or border or any I should say separation, it is really the knowledge of the education. Actually, I'm honored to be here and honored to be part of this session and also this conference. With this brief remark, now we have about 8 presentations, and we are delayed by about half an hour. So may I request the presenters to restrict themselves to about 10 minutes. So approximately it will be 80 minutes, and give and take a few question answers. It may spill out to nearly 90 minutes, means 1.5 hours. So that means to say, we'll be meeting our deadline. Okay, that. So with this brief remark, again, I'm humbled by the kind and appreciative words by Sri Guru Sharan, and surely it's always a pleasure to be a learner and very learner. Now, may I request my colleague Aradhana Talwar to talk about India's approach to ECCD, a policy perspective.
Thank you so much, sir. Because we have a time constraint, I'll try to keep it as short. In case of any queries, we'll have a Q&A session towards the end. The idea of my presentation is to bring an Indian perspective, what policies, mechanisms we have in place when we talk about ECCD. So the first introduction, the contents would run this way. Introduction, I raise a question, is the bit, or try to bring about a linkage between ECCD and international relations, the South Asian context. And then I move to specifically India's approach to ECCD. I'm trying to understand the Indian way of what is early childhood, what are the existing policies and mechanisms in place, and how ECCD in today's times, in India's quest to become a global education hub, what role does it play? Does it play any role or not? So I will try to address these questions in a very brief manner as we will take Q&As towards the end. So the key questions I start with are the domains of international affairs and concept of ECCD or ECCD, and in India we call it ECCE, with early childhood care and education. Are they compatible? I raise this question because most of the times when we talk about international politics or international relations, we talk of issues of high politics, as realists would say, prominently defense, military strategies, diplomacy, war. Do we as international community give enough attention to areas, as we would say, of low politics, which is health, education, childcare development, etc. But the times have changed. So international affairs today is actually now being shaped very strongly by these issues of what we say low politics, as the realists would say. The prominent one being health, education, and child development. So my question, and in fact I respond to this, that yes, there is a compatibility today when we talk about issues or linkage between international affairs and concept of ECCD. To the point that I raise the second question, can a policy issue such as ECCD bind countries together? Has it become a regional and global concern? Well, if I had to speak, say decades back, the international policymakers would say not really, or rather the realists would say that ECCD as a concept or as an issue not really would bind the countries together, the predominant one being the traditional security areas of military, diplomacy, defense, etc. But today, the very fact that countries are coming together, be it in RUAS or be it in New Delhi or in any international platforms, we have working groups who are working on areas of education, specifically ECCD, health, etc., because today's children are the leaders for tomorrow. So yes, the policy issues such as ECCD is binding the countries together today. In fact, India, when we talk about the concept of soft power, and I'll come to it eventually in my presentations, therein lies the legitimacy and importance of our policies that gives us or the countries an advantage or a leadership position to lead the international community in different arenas, specifically social sectors also, and not just political defense sectors. So yes, the countries are bound, and yes, has it become a regional and global concern? Definitely. The South Asian context. So I will delve on this question in little detail. Can South Asia as a region take a lead globally in strengthening ECCD services? Now, this question, I leave it open to all the delegates today. In fact, the answer to this question will be the culmination of our presentations. How we can take a lead or rather direct the international community, as chairperson, our Honorable Chancellor rightly pointed out, how we can take the lead and direct the international community in specifically these areas. The question of are the domains of international affairs and concept of ECC compatible? As I said, yes. I come from the point of what is called as soft power that is put forward by scholar Joseph Nye. He says that this is what is called as the second phase of power, which means that a country may achieve the outcomes it wants in international politics because other nations either admire its values, emulate its examples, aspire to its level of prosperity and openness, and therefore will follow it. So we take this as a lead to all the South Asian countries to then enrich or stand as epitome of values, epitome of countries that are working in non-political, especially the social sectors, to have a say, to strengthen our positions in international system. So therefore, soft power arises from the attractiveness of a nation's political values, cultures, and importantly, policies. So if policies are therefore seen as legitimate, if I have to say so, say for example, the ECCD policy, it enhances the country's soft power. And there I take the spectrum of behaviors if we used the soft power perspective, which is key agenda setting, co-opting, cooperation among countries in social sectors. Most likely resources for this be institutions represented by our values that we're talking about, the South Asian values or Asian values in general, the culture and the policies. When I talk about policies in India, especially education and health policies related to children. The question is, can a policy issue such as ECCD bind countries together? Has it become a regional and global concern? The South Asian context, definitely. According to UNICEF report that is titled Building Futures, Early Childhood Development Service Quality Standards for South Asia, the report actually is a work by the authors who have taken actually field study of the South Asian countries and what is the status of children specifically from 0 to 6 and 8 years, what are the challenges they are facing in South Asian countries? So the report findings are that access to early childhood education in South Asia is low. This is not my finding, but I quote from the report. With only 50% of children are attending preschools in South Asian countries. Second cause of concern, overall, only 2/3 of children between the ages of 3 and 6 years are developmentally on track in the region, which necessitates the discussion around ECCD. I'll just give you a gist of what is the pattern like of ECCD services in South Asia. The commonalities of across the countries. First is developmental stage. So the South Asian countries in policy making have divided the age group into sub-stages. Okay, there could be from prenatal to time of birth, from 0 to 3, 3 to 6. Some countries have it 3 to 8. India follows from 0 to 6. So that is how we have developed. The idea behind creating these sub-stages in policy making in South Asian countries is to cater to the specific needs of children under these sub-stages. So a child which is in age of 0 to 3 will have different needs as compared to child who is at the age of 5. So we as policymakers, educators need to be sensitive to the requirements of the child according to their ages and accordingly formulate policies for these specific areas. Please. By domain. So we have it, the services, ECCD services are also created in terms of domain, in terms of structure and location. By that I mean, do we have it more concentrated in urban centers or we have more concentrated in the rural parts of our South Asian countries, right? Who are the caregivers? Do we have community-based services or the state-run services or do we have privately owned services? So the findings of many scholars in this area would suggest it's a blend of both in many countries. So you will have the government-owned caretakers or community providers who would look after children between 0 to 6. We also have private groups or entities who would then provide these services to children. And last is by target group. So who are the targets that we're looking at? Is it that we're looking at the policy from a universal perspective? Are we looking at specific perspective, that is not all children have the same needs? We also have to address the needs of special children or the special needs of children. So therefore, these are the commonalities that I've analyzed that are found in the ECCD programs initiatives of the South Asian countries. And now I go to very specifically to India. Now in India, as I said, we call it ECCE, Early Childhood Care and Education. The definition of early childhood, according to our policies, is from conception to birth, birth to 3 years, and 3 to 6 years. As I said, the developmental sub-stages. The policies that we have in place in India are therefore very catering to age-specific needs. So, for example, in India, we have a lot of what we say Anganwadi centers. They are basically created where children who will enter, who are probably in the age between more specifically 2 to 4, would go, and then we have trainers, Anganwadi workers, who will then look after the children, help them play, get used to, acquaint them or introduce them to simple things like food, toys, play, etc. The idea is to help a child to spend an entire day away from home and mingle with the society. That helps them own their linguistic skills, cognitive abilities, etc. The other important point in our policies are that education, although we call it early childhood care and education, but it is inseparably linked to other variables also, such as care, nutrition, health, and early learning. So if we visit an Anganwadi, the child is also given the food. It's made sure they're given nutritious food. So they will not cook junk food or make Maggie, but they will actually, the menu is decided in such a way that has equal proportion of the nutrients that are needed for a child's growth. The other important point is in our policies that, or rather India's approach to ECCD, is that we consider it as an investment and not an expenditure. This is categorically mentioned in our National ECC Policy 2013. And the idea is to lead to long-term social and economic benefits. So if you see, it has a very multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary approach, not just focusing only on education, but also health, nutrition, care, etc. Thank you. So now the question is, what are the existing, do we have the policies in place? Yes. What are the existing policies and mechanisms? To begin with, Article 45 of Indian Constitution states that the state shall endeavor to provide ECCE for all children until they complete the age of 6 years. Similarly, we also have other policies in place. I will just take you through. National Policy for Children, 1974. Integrated Child Development Services, 1975, which I will elaborate a bit in my presentation. National Policy on Education, which was in 1986. National Nutrition Policy, Health Policy, National Plan of Action for Children, National Early Childhood Care and Education Policy, 2013. So in the contemporary times, we have our NEP in place, National Education Policy, which I will focus towards the end. And this is the Integrated Child Development Scheme. It is the most premier National Human Resource Development Program. I think ICDS, we will take it towards the end. I'll request Gucharan sir to throw some light on this policy. We move further. And last is India's approach to ECCD. And these are the details of the policy. I will share my PPT anyway with all of you. You can have a look of, it's a complete package of service facilities under this scheme. And towards the last, yes, ECCD plays an important role in India's quest to become a global education hub with our NEP 2020 in place, which talks about or addresses the question of precursor to school education that will eventually contribute to enrollment, reduce dropout rates, with the whole emphasis on foundational literacy and numeracy in early grades. And of course, SDG is also mentioned there. And these are some of the findings and reports that, as I said, I will share my PPT, will have it in, how the linkage between NEP and our ECCD takes place. And yes, one more last important point, government has launched Vidya Pravesh, which is developed by NCRT, which is a school module. It's a 3-month play-based school readiness preparation platform. That is all, the objective is to streamline the pre-primary or rather 0 to 6 years of child's development to a primary education in India. So with this, thank you so much. And now I thank you so much, sir, for giving the time.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and take question and answers at the end. Thank you. That's wonderful. Now, I request the colleague Anand Ramo, Assistant Professor in the Department of Economics, to make a presentation on public finances for children, a case of Karnataka.
Folder. Session 1. Open. Last. So, thank you, sir. Very good morning to all of you. Today, I'm going to make a small presentation. So, kindly excuse me, it's from a macroeconomic perspective. So, as she has highlighted on the policy issues, we also should think that the financing of it is very important, particularly public finance. So, in education, we have private finance as well as public finance. And prioritization of the expenditure is also one of the important things. Firstly, I highlight the child budget. So, Government of India as the expenditure statement number 12. It shows the allocation for welfare of children. Coming down to a subnational level in India, many of the states in India, for instance, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Kerala, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Karnataka, are presenting the child budgets every year in their annual budget documents. But I wish to highlight that Karnataka's child budget is unique. If you have such practices in your countries, you can also highlight at the end. What are the salient features of our Karnataka? Let me take you to this map. This is our India, and you can see Karnataka, where we are all present today. This is our state, and we are in the capital of Karnataka, Bengaluru. The child population in Karnataka is around 20 million. It accounts 1/3 of our total population as per the latest census. You can see the diversity in the composition. So 51 or 52% are boys, male children, and 63% belongs to rural areas. 19% are scheduled caste and 7.8% are scheduled tribes, and 1.88% are differently abled. If you see the age distribution, you can see around 30% belong to 0 to 5 years of age, where the ECCD plays a prominent role. And 47% in the school going age from 6 to 14 years, from first standard to up to 10th standard, and around 11% between 15 and 16 years, and remaining 5% between 17 and 18 years. Government of Karnataka uses the definition of child as per the UNICEF. Up to child is a person up to age of 18 years. This is a definition of child which the government uses. The first child budget was presented in the year 2020, which is one of the key policy initiative of the government. It is a policy tool to identify and classify the allocation expenditure on children within the annual budget of Government of Karnataka. So let me make it clear that this is not a separate budget. We have a overall budget, annual budget. We will identify the schemes, or we say head of accounts or budget lines, which are related to children. And we will identify, then we will classify and we will make the child budget. Why it is so important? This is a key policy tool to see how budgetary allocation is made, and we can also see how the policy can be prioritized, and to conduct evaluation and monitoring of the budgetary resource for child development. So, Government of Karnataka uses a holistic approach covering education, health and nutrition, protection, as well as participation. This is the method. I will just be very brief. What we will do, like what government does, is that there is a 4 classification. One, the first is the child-centric, we say programs. That means the program is 100% related to children. But there are certain schemes or programs which includes children, but not for children, which includes children. And we have this 4 classification, which is 100% child-centric program and 100% child-centric non-program. Non-program, in a sense, establishment cost, administrative cost, like for example, Child Welfare Commission, Child Protection laws, all those things, establishment cost will come under non-programmatic expenditure. Usually, like we think that the spending on education is by Department of Education, but you can see in this is the state budget by demands or department in the Government of Karnataka. I will emphasize that the education, the spending on education is not just belong to education department, but also in agriculture and horticulture department, animal husbandry and fisheries department, rural development and panchayat department. So this budget will be culmination of all the spending which we are making towards education, health, nutrition, and protection. This is the pie chart, like how much we are spending on education, how much government of Karnataka is spending on education. You can see out of the total budget, nearly 75% is towards education, around 11% towards health, 30% towards nutrition, 1.13% towards protection, and participation, others and participation 0.33%. This is one exercise of doing the budget. What's next? I will give you one example. Government of Karnataka has also tried linking child development indicators with budget lines. Taking the SDG framework and Niti Aayog, Government of India's framework, Government of Karnataka developed and Child Development Index. So we have indicators by education, nutrition, child protection, health, etc. Now we have the budget lines. That has to be linked. Suppose one budget line may lead to improvement in more than one indicator and vice versa. After that, suppose, and the government also did that exercise to next level. We call a district level. So next to our state level. Suppose a particular district is lagging behind in nutritional aspects. We have to reprioritize our expenditure. Government has to reprioritize its expenditure towards those districts which is lagging behind in nutrition. This is one. Second, there is an important concept called need-based development. So with the growth of child population and to meet the current needs of children, we should think on the need-based child development. First, we have to check whether the amount what we have, the budget is sufficient or how much we require and how to efficiently use the given money. And finally, we have to monitor. When we link to the budget lines, how to monitor. Those departments will monitor the allocation and outcomes, whether we have reached our targets or not. So these are the two links I have given. First one link is related to our child budget of Government of Karnataka. When you get a free time, kindly go through some important document. And there is one consolidated book on financing, public finance for development of children in Karnataka, which is sponsored by UNICEF, which is done by Government of Karnataka. So we'll share you these PPTs and kindly go through that budget document. It will help you. Suppose if you have similar practice in your country that you can share with us. So it will be a learning experience for both of us in this. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir. I cannot resist my saying something actually. In fact, after a long time, I can say that is, I'm seeing the presentations with so much of information and so much of pleasing slides. In fact, whenever I used to teach our research students, both the research methodology and technical presentation, I always used to say, correct, irrespective of the information content, if the slides are not pleasing, the penetration of that information will not be. I really appreciate both of you. I'm sure, whether also I compliment apart from the informative information content, I should say the calmness and the compose with which, that is, both of you have spoken, that immensely tells I should say, the capability and the concentration and clarity that we have. Compliments to both of you, sir. Thank you. Now, the next colleague, Dr. Sudarshana V, who is an assistant professor, Department of Data Science and Analytics, and also Sakshi Shukla, who is also our colleague and as an assistant professor in Department of Sociology. So they will be making a presentation on parental intersections in the early childhood care and development.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, all ladies. I am really glad that I am a part of the International Roundtable Conference. So today, me and Sakshi, we will discuss about, how parental intersections in early childhood care development plays a vital role. See, we are all parents. We all have aspiration. We want our kids to do well. We try everything under the sun to make them good, right? As parents, I think we all will agree to that. Similarly, like government, all the governments, be it India, Sri Lanka, US, Nepal, all countries, they all have policies. But sometimes what we see is even though policies are in place, seldom it reaches people. It could be because not implemented properly, or it could be because we just don't know that policy is there. Okay, so these things happen in all countries. So what me and Sakshi we are trying to do is, yes, there are policies, yes, there are a lot of things, but why is it that it is not reaching people? So we are focusing on parental intersections because home is versus school, school is versus home, right? We learn this from parents. So we want to see how parents can affect the children. So that is why we have taken this topic. And in this topic, we will try to see how how father is affecting the early childhood parent. So what we are going to talk about first is factors that are influencing the early child care. So first is the home environment. Home has to be peaceful. People have to be happy. Then how much of parents being involved in the child care. Then we are also going to make a special focus on mother's education. Because see, when you educate a man, he is going to, maybe give you theory of relativity. He can do everything. But when you educate the mother, mother makes sure that her children are also educated. Some kind of awareness about the child, about the society, about the surroundings, everything. It's only the mother who imparts. I'm not saying father is not important, but father plays a major role of, bringing home the food. So we find that mother's education is playing a much more vital role on the early child care. So me and Sakshi, we will also be presenting you with data and show you how we can see mother's education is more important, and we also talk how father is playing a vital role on all children. Okay, so Sakshi, can you take from here?
So the parental actions may mean that how in a family, in a private space, father and mother play a crucial role in bringing up a child. In all of the studies we have gone through and all of the studies we conduct, we usually focus on the mother because we always consider that the mother is the closest to the children and we always miss on a father. But a lot of studies are conducted, and especially a ICDS program, we had about interventions where they tried to focus on a father. So here, importance of early childhood care, we will discuss how they become a critical period for building essentials and activities in a children. How early childhood is a foundational stage for having a physical, mental well-being. How it is a strong influence on breaking a future academic and career success. Being in a system, being in a space of a private space where we divide private space. I hope you understand it's we divide it as a family. Private space consists family members, which is more closest to the children, father and a mother. So how they two areas, how these two individuals come together and create a space safe for our children, how they create a space which help them to have a cognitive skills and development. First factor is in a home environment. Parents come together, parents make an intersection or a space which is called a home. And the environment they give to the children for their earlier childhood is very crucial because a safe space is a space where the children can share, the children can have a area where they can speak their mind, they can play, they can learn all together. It helps them to nurture their own goal. It's very difficult if you have, I can explain one of the case studies that the family was very helping the child. They are providing them all kind of education, all kind of facilities in current time when technology, all the gadgets and everything. What the children were missing was the parents' interventions. The parents constantly taking care of the children. Parents was not there. Parents were absent. They were giving them a safety environment from technology perspective, but they were missing the love of their parents. How it impacted? They were aware of all the technology. They were aware of all the ongoing situations occurring in country, but they were missing how to talk, how to share their ideas and mindsets. That's why the home environment will not be complete without this will be incomplete without the presence of mother and father altogether, not just a mother, but a father as well. Parental involvement, as we have discussed how parental involvement is very important in home environment, same it goes here. Parental involvement should not be limited at the schools, at the family space, but it should be in their school spaces. We have a lot of activities in our schools which relate with PTM, parent-teacher meetings. and collaboration with educators. And I would have one recommendation with all the educators coming from different South Asian countries, that we, rather than focusing only on mothers, but we should also include a father in that same system. Because once we go further, you will learn that how father has played a crucial role for the cognitive development of a child, as well as leveling up their confidence. And for the enhancement of this feature, please, once you have like being an educator in a school, please include father in those meetings more proactively, not just limited to the evaluations and but more of constantly, because once you relate with your father, once the father keep an eye on you, not just from taking care of financial part, but more taking care have a better cognitive skill, and it is reported that they have a better cognitive skill plus a confidence. Mother's education.
Yeah. So mother's education is extremely important because mother spends most of the time with the child, right? From the day the child is born, the mother takes care of it, breastfeeds it, changes diaper, changes napping, everything the mother is doing. Now, if the mother is not aware of things, then chances are have decisions are going to affect the children. So this is something which we have, see from the study. There is a study that is being conducted on how much the mother is educated, whether she has attended the primary school, whether she has done secondary school, whether she has gone to the college. There has also been study on whether the mother is aware of the facilities. For instance, there are a lot of government facilities to help newborn children and new mothers. So the study is classified in 3 domains. One is mother absolutely no literacy. Second is mother literacy but no awareness of incentives from the government. And then we have mothers who knew about all the policies and incentives that are available from the government. It is very clearly seen that the mothers who were educated and who also knew that there are some policies by the government for the newborn children, for the lactating mothers, we perform very well. So it would be better, like we students come to us and they learn. If there is a way by which they are given some awareness that yes, there are some schemes from the government, respective governments will have some policy. If there is a way, the student is in secondary or something like that, if they come to know that there is some policy for them by the government, then there are most chances that when they go and become mothers, they may likely, try to see if there is something that would benefit them. Okay. So this is what I wanted to tell you. So you can see, we checked on 2 things. There are, as Aradhana showed us, there are many distinct points shown by her, right? Vitamin A, then folic acid, all those things. From that, we have taken this vaccination and nutritious diet. What we found out was, when mothers were literate, 66% of them were completely vaccinated, and 32% of the children, they were eating nutritious food, meaning there was no malnutrition or there were no deficiencies. Then again, we also found out that women, households with empowered female means women who can make decisions, women who had awareness about surroundings, they seem to have, more children who were vaccinated compared to households that did not have empowered households. Similarly, when we came to poor household means this was an proxy for father's, financial status. In poor household, we found that 45% of the children were fully vaccinated, and then in non-poor household, this was close to 55. So again, what we find is when mothers and fathers are involved, we see that more and more children get benefited.
Impact of father's role on early childhood care. Like Sudarshana had just discussed how the mother's education or mother's role important to rear a child, to focus on a holistic growth of a child. It is also very important to see how can a father influence a children's growth. Father is always considered as a strong pillar of a family who support us from economical point of view or financial point of view. But we always miss on that father can be a strong pillar for the economic, emotional growth of our children, and not just the emotional, but a personality as well. Patriarchy is one of the concepts, I think it's applicable in all the South Asian countries, that how we restrict a man to get very close to the child by, we have two terms, we call use it as a culture of maternalization or a mother gatekeeping. Here what happens is that mother gatekeeping is a term which defines how a mother or a female in a family take all the responsibilities or make it so natural or normalized that taking care of a child is a duty or role of a woman but not a man. What happens is a man always take a role of outsider when it comes to taking care of early childhood phase. Father usually involved in the development of a child after they grow from 8 years or 9 years, but not in early childhood. They are not very much involved in the rearing of an early childhood case. That's why father's involvement is very important. A lot of psychological reports and lots of the studies which have conducted and focused on how father can help them for their growth. How can father presence in a family make them a responsible citizen as well as a responsible individual? How it can create a equitable spaces in a community. Equitable spaces is not just from a point of view of finance or social, but more of a gender equitable spaces. Father's role in a family is create a gender equality. When father is involved, have seen the increased gross motor and a final motor skill. We have seen a physical development, and plus involvement of father has also helped the mother in a parenting, increasing the knowledge of nutrition and health. The two members coming together, building up a team from the early childhood has created a space which is very fulfilling and safe. In ICDS, let's Aradhana has discussed, in ICDS we had this intervention which is conducted in Tamil Nadu where they have made this effort to involve the father in all the kind of activities which usually mother used to do. And what they have found that the children has a very different kind of perspective or more of holistic kind of perspective. They have more development when it comes to cognitive skills, personality, their learning skills are more developed. The team coming together is very important. That's why I said parental intersection in a family space is very crucial.
Yeah. So this is from the study which was conducted in Tamil Nadu. So what ICDS did was they selected few families, and in that families, what the families were divided into various things like social economic status, then parents' education, parents' employment, whether the employment is in agriculture, non-agriculture, or some other blue collar job. Then again, if they are able to, afford a secondary caretaker, meaning some people can hire a nanny or they may have. Okay. And sorry for taking the time. So sometimes you can also have, grandparents living with the family, something like that. Okay, so secondary caregiver refers to that. What found out is that whenever, the father is involved, there is a significant difference. This is like something, quite important to us because we always thought fathers are not going to influence much. Especially when it comes to gross motor skills and fine motor skills, which were also presented in the morning in health, right? When he was showing Sri Lanka's health, they wanted to, focus more on gross and fine motor skills. And you can see whenever father is involved, probably father is making the children play for some time or something like that, that seems to enhance, children's health perspective. Others are emotionally there, but maybe involving fathers make children more stronger, more cognitive development, more confidence, and all of that. I believe the PPT will be shared to you, so I'm not going through the each and every detail. But on the right, you can see whenever education is very good, there is a positive growth. That yellow color one with the up arrow mark shows that when both parents are educated, you can see that there is a significant increase in the child growth, while parents are not educated, it's not much, works. So, for instance, if you see the social economic status also plays a vital role. So, by analyzing this data, what we can do is further we can concentrate on people coming from lower social economic status because they need our help more. What we can do is we can concentrate on them, give them more training so that their children can also be. So, yeah, so with this, I think I would like to conclude.
Conclusion, we have already discussed in the previous slide that how the mother's education is very crucial for the overall well-being of a child. when it's come to their vaccinations, nutrition, or their emotional well-being, but as well as how father's intervention and influence is very crucial for their cognitive skills, their cognitive development, their personality development, and their personality treatment. Thank you. And one recommendations from our side that for all the educators here that please involve parents as a team in all the process you conduct in your schooling, because it's very important that children not just get a focus from their mother, but as well as their father. Father is very crucial figure, which is help them to make a holistic person in the upcoming time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sudarshan and Dr. Lakshi. Again, your 10 or 12 minutes of presentation vividly brought the importance of the parents. Again, our late President Dr. Kalam's one of the most famous quotes is, if the country has to be corruption free, and if it has to become a nation of delightful minds, in my opinion, 3 societal members can make a difference. They are father, mother, and teacher. That is essentially your 10 minutes of presentation you have brought forward. The penetrative statement of our president, now you are vividly demonstrating is. And other one is now, see, many times now at all walks of life, not only in childhood now, all we require is a hand to hold, heart to speak, and ear to listen. That is essentially what the parents, mother, father, and the teacher do actually, in fact. And also there was one bullet saying home actually. See, there is a vast difference between house and home actually. A building actually. Building is a house, but home is where we make the ambience. That is precisely, I think, both of you have brought. That is very important that that building has to be converted to an ambience of home. And surely definitely the parents have a lot more to play, and teachers will give enrichment. Thank you. Wonderful presentation again. But, again, I take this opportunity to welcome Mrs. Neeta Naidu, who is the Director of Academics, NC's Schools, Bangalore. She has joined us. Madam, welcome.
Thank you.
And welcome on your behalf. She is our host for tomorrow. Okay. And I'm happy to welcome her as Dean Academics in that group of schools. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I'm looking forward to meeting each one of you tomorrow as well. So this is just a welcome note for tomorrow that I could make it today and just say welcome tomorrow,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, the next speaker will be Mr. Jemsho, who is the country manager from Bhutan. I request him to make a presentation.
I will refer to, he refers to.
So it's a good morning. Good morning to all the educationists. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I don't have a presentation, but I like to share some ideas exactly what is happening in Bhutan in terms of early childhood care and development. While going through the slides, we came to know that India and especially in South Asia, it's picking up. In the West, it's given the importance for child education. But in the South Asia, it's picking up now. So we all have to come together on the board, and then only we have to, come together, we exchange knowledge, then only we have to take the ECCD forward. When it comes to the West, I have seen that the both fathers and mothers are taking important roles in bringing up their child. But in the South, as in the presentation, it's clearly mentioned, mother plays important role. Now, back to Bhutan, we also felt that the father also should play the important roles in child, bringing up the child in terms of education or in terms of bringing up the child. So people started realizing that, Ministry of Education started realizing that. So since 2013, we are focused more on education, child care education. So in Bhutan, we say Early Childhood Care and Development Center. So we focus not only on the play, but we focused on the growth, development, as well as for nutrition, everything we focused. We have 6 domains to be focused. Then from there, it's subdivided. So in every ECCD, we have to focus, follow that domains. Now, recently, His Majesty the King has come up with a baccalaureate project that is including, so I just want to read out importance of that baccalaureate project because I don't have the presentation. So in Bhutan, what is mentioned is in order to develop constructive contributionary citizens of just a homogeneous society, the Bhutan has with the baccalaureate project, which means process far beyond the mere acquisitions of knowledge. It is a model for education that takes into account a more rounded, wholesome understanding of learning process. The Bhutan baccalaureate strives to break down the salience of schooling and ensure the development of learners, syllables, and spiritual developments. At the same time, it is overall taking place as a wholesome education. So in Bhutan, it's picking up, it's growing. Focus is more shifted towards the early education. So in Bhutan, we have a private sector, private ECCD, where any parents, it's given the opportunity for parents to be enrolled their child in ECCD, either in private sector or in the public sector. So if the parents are not able to enroll their child in the private sector, it's given the opportunity by the government to be enroll their child in the community ECCDs. Now in the workplace, parents are having tough time to take care of their child at home. They're not able to take care of their child, take their child to the community ECCDs, not able to take their child to the private ECCDs. So what they have decided is they have opened a workspace ECCD where a mother can directly breastfeed their child. At the same time, attention is given to the child. So that's why we have different ECCDs given opportunities to the public. They can go for private sector, they can go for public, they can even go for communities. Now, again, there is a problem. Now, problem is, what about the low income? Like those who are uneducated, those who are not able to afford, single parent, some child, they don't have parents only. So that is also taken care. Now, how it's taken care, we have from the Royal, our Queen Mother has initiated a foundation called Tarayana Foundation. So that foundation supports the low income, unfortunate children. So that's why we are saying that equal opportunity should be given to all child in the early age. So in Bhutan, we have 0 to 5, but we don't really have the ECCD where the focused in early childhood. If it's given, how to go about? Yeah, because we may like to take part, because we want our educationist ECCD professionals to be more experienced in dealing with the child, because it's not easy to deal with a child. We cannot just it's not like a normal work that we do. It's a different story. We are dealing with young minds. So we really have to be careful. First, we have to be acute. There is a saying, if you are not good, if you drink, you cannot advise your child that If you are doing something bad, you cannot advise your child. So likewise, as a educator, as a ECCD professionals, we really have to be equipped with the modern technologies because our knowledge is not enough to deal with the young minds. We have to equip them with knowledge. We should know how to deal, how to cope up with a disabled child or differently able child. Yesterday we had a discussions about autism. This time the problem is autism because of the gadgets. If you don't give, it's a problem. It's a new technology. It's a modern tool. If you give, it's a problem. If you don't give, it's a problem. So how do you handle all these situations? How do you handle this type of problems? And how to cope up, with such situations? These are the things that we are looking for. So in the discussions, we'll be delighted or we'll be happy to receive such informations from the dignitaries here, from the expertise here, or from the college. If there is given a chance, we would like to come back and then have a training on such thing, because your college seems to be specialized in health and it's in diverse field. So we'd like to know whether your college university focus on the childhood training as well or not. So that's important. And lastly, I would like to thank the organizers, the host, your university. As I mentioned in the morning, the moment you enter, you get a smile on the face. It shows that we have so much of learning, and then it shows the interest that you have put in education. And one interesting part is I find this university in the heart of city, where I find most of the universities away from the cities. So shows that you have interest to cater your service to the young minds around. So congratulations for that, and thank you so much for having us. Rashidile and Kadiche.
Thank you for vast information and your nice and appreciative words, actually. But in a sense, now you have expanded the role of, I should say, medical science. Normally, we hear now pediatricians are one who take care of the children. That is what we call, and neonatology is what we feel. What the discussion is emerging is the role of medical science goes beyond merely the treatment what they give. Actually, it is also the holistic development and emotional intelligence of the children. Actually, surely Mr. Gulshan and others definitely they will have a discussion and see how we can collaborate with you and partner with you in the, I should say, the development, particularly the education with a main emphasis on the children. Actually, surely we'll do consider and we'll be in touch with you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Now the next speaker will be Mr. Prabhat Mahesha D, always from Sri Lanka. So we invite him to make a presentation.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank Ramaiah University and the organizing committee for this opportunity. So when we talk about early childhood care development, we see that India has taken a leap and developed so many policies, and they have taken a leadership in what is important for the future. Actually, when it comes to the child, it is so important that we all understand the child is actually global, or rather universal. It's us who is not global or universal. What we do is, eventually as the child grows, we put obstacles into that universality, to that globalization of the child's mind or child's soul. So by doing that, we create diversions. So if we are to take this globalization of this early childhood care development, it is, as we spoke yesterday also, it is us who has to start changing and rethinking. It is the responsibility of the adults, and it's going to be the easiest thing to do as the children are so global. So with India paying so much of interest into this topic and doing a lot of research and studies on this, that gives us a lot of courage to follow such good systems. That's why this round-table discussion is very important for us. It is very important that there's so much we can gather from this kind of discussions. So actually, is this situation the same in our countries? When it comes to Sri Lanka, when it comes to Maldives, when it comes to Bhutan, we see a major gap between the requirement and the supply. So the requirement is, as you all rightly explained, the requirement is, and the timely requirement is policies. We need policies to be in place. Then we need the policies to be implemented, not for the sake of being in place. We also have policies, but these policies are not being implemented to the right extent. That is also not enough. The implementation has to be monitored using adequate KPIs, trust areas. This monitoring part is also a pivotal of pivotal importance to the entire scope. So what happens is, in developing countries like our countries, we pay minimum attention to policy making. Now, when we served in the provincial council, it was a struggle for 5 years to bring in an early childhood care policy for our province. We had to struggle for 5 years to do that. That was a massive struggle because even in the budgetary allocations, what happens is, with the policymakers identifying other priorities like infrastructure development, roadways, electricity, with all these other priorities, they rarely see the importance of early childhood care development. So, what do we really have to change in our countries? This is where we really need India's support. This is where we really need your guidance. The problem we have is, there is the knowledge in the environment. We do have the resources in the environment, but we don't have the right kind of policy makers to do this. That is the problem we have. But we can't, how can we change this? How do we bring in the right kind of policy makers to pay attention for early childhood care development? Because if you take the parliamentary system or the provincial council system or the local government system, they're driven on budgets. They're driven on budgets. They pay minimum attention to childhood care. That is because that is never in their priority list. So if we are to change that, we as organization and the universities, I'm only taking Sri Lanka as an example, but I think other countries also might be facing similar problems into different extents. So what we have to really do is we have to create some pressure for the policy makers to change. That is the pressure we need in our country, in our situation. Because the policy makers, in order to prepare policies, implement policies, and monitor the implementation, we need the policymaker right on the top, then we need the administrative system, and then we need monitoring mechanisms. All this is decided by policymakers. The administrative system is predominantly decided, predominantly managed by the policymakers, even though we have management systems. So if we do not change the policymakers, if we do not create some pressure for the policymakers, we are not going to get there. As developing countries, we feel that we have other priorities. In order to do that, I would like to bring into your attention at this round table, can we create some social pressure for these policymakers in developing countries? It is going to be very easy these days. Fortunately, like, sir, you rightly said, technology is sometimes a problem, but it's also sometimes an advantage. So can we use this technology for our advantage? It is very easy to create social awareness among mothers, fathers, and the general societies in developing countries with low per capita incomes. We have to show the household that, look here, childhood care is very important, because the first thing they will count, we talk about government budgets, but do we talk about the household budget? In a household budget during Corona, during COVID period, most of these teachers would have seen the first thing, the first payment cut was for their child education, for the nurseries. That was the first cut the parents took, because they say, no, nursery payment is not important. That is not in our priority list. And not that they don't love their children, but they feel that is not what is important. So we have to look at the household budget. But if we are to push the household budget, if we show them, look, you really need to concentrate on your child's childhood care development. Then when the household budget changes, and when the real society is aware of what is important, what is really important, that childhood care is the key for their future. It's not the amount of lands you have. It's not the amount of meat you feed. It's not the amount of clothes your children has, but it is the amount of spiritual power they have, the amount of development in their the mental development. That is what is important. To do that, we have to give some social pressure. But it is very easy to do that with today's digital media, with today's social media platforms. If you take Sri Lanka, we have, even though we are quietly coming up economically, we have 2 mobile phones per person. We have multiple connectivity. 60% of the population is on Facebook. So it's not a struggle to give a message to them. That's the easiest way. I think similar situations must be there in different countries. So if we can create some social pressure to support countries like developing countries like us, that would be a good starting point. The social awareness will change the household budget, and the social awareness will change the way they look at their policymakers when they cast their vote. Then eventually we will see a change. So we really need support from countries like India. You all have gone a long way. Hats off for that. We really need, because all of us have a role in the future. Like, you must be knowing or not knowing, or maybe remembering, like when Japan was struggling after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, when they were in so much of hatred for ruining their country. The one time Sri Lankan, at that time the Sri Lankan president, Jaya Jayawardena, said a nice saying, Nahi Verana Vera. That is, hatred cannot be solved with hatred. It has to be solved with love. That single statement made a big difference to the Japanese attitudes, the attitudes of the people, and that has been largely effective in their development. Japanese still accept that. Likewise, why I brought that up is, countries like us with small populations, we do have a role to play in the future of this world. We do have a role to play in the future of India. We do have a role to play in the future of togetherness of the Souths. So we really would appreciate your support in the efforts towards this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful insight, and the importance of awareness and social pressure for the public policy. I'm sure we have here Ramaiah public policy, which Sri Gursharan is heading. I'm surely would have made a note of it and, really we'll take it up in all earnest to make some difference to the society and to the, I should say, world at large. Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Now the next speaker is Lokmali Sene Viratne from Sri Lanka. I request her to make a presentation.
Can we have the remote?
Remote. Next. Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So we have had a very good session from morning. So now we are going into language and early literacy skills development, which is a little different from the topics we have been having. So to start with, my session is going to be started from this book. The author is Dr. Dhiraj Malhotra. So I take a quote from his book. It's secret number 35. Let me learn. You are certainly more knowledgeable than your child, but your child is not ignorant. He has his own intelligence. Let him learn things in his own ways. The more they learn, the more they earn in life. Language and literacy development starts from the very beginning. Babies are listening in the utero, and once they're born, they communicate through eye contact, facial expressions, crying, smiles, and touch. So this is the age and development chart and the materials and activities that could be used by we teachers. So pre-linguistic stage, 0 to 12 months, the infants develop the building blocks of language. The babies coo, babble, and making various sounds while listening. Here, it is all through listening that they start life. Vocabulary expansion, 12 to 24 months. Toddlers start to learn words and their meanings at a rapid pace. Begins to acquire a basic vocabulary, can understand simple instructions and questions, starts to combine words to format short phrases. So here, parents and teachers could use books, flashcards, the environment, which is very important. We tend to ask the parents to walk, to bring the child, if they are closer to school, to get them to walk. Because as we say, like as they said, the interaction between the child, the communication, building the communication between the child and the parents, because in Sri Lanka, at the moment, just after the crisis, we are after a big crisis, which is COVID and the financial crisis. The parents, they don't give that time. The quality time is not given. So we, as teachers, we encourage parents to give that quality time while bringing the child to school. So we expect we have encouraged the parents to take a walk, because then while walking, their brains get stimulated. So, and the child is active and the parents are active, the communication is built. And through toys, not technological toys, but toys which would give them some chance to build, to use their fine motor and the gross motor. So then sentence development, 2 to 3 years, begins to use more complex sentences, structures, and grammar. The vocabulary stands further. They start using more pronouns, verbs, and adjectives, able to begin in a basic conversation and ask and answer simple questions, socializing, experimenting, sensing. So socializing, we encourage, we want children, people are so used to using their gadgets. So now we want people to be very more eye contactable, because we see, even with adults, we go for a party or a socializing session, we see they are more into gadgets. So even yesterday while I was traveling, I looked into this bus. I see more people on the phone rather than people looking out. So, which is very important, where we encourage children to say good morning to the parents, to welcome parents and the child. Whoever comes first, we greet the child first, and then next is we get the child to greet the parent and the child. So we build that communication and that socializing part where the child breaks, like, to speaking to strangers is not a difficult task. So the child becomes a vivid speaker. Then experimenting, we give them. They want clay, we give them clay. They want paper, we give them paper. What they want, we listen to the child. We go to the ground level and we listen to the child's wants and needs, which would help us to build better human in Sri Lanka, because we are thinking, we come from Sri Lanka, so we thought from the Sri Lankan level. So we go to the child's level and we do things from the child's perspective. So sensing, again, we give them water, sand, whatever they want, we give them, because they can't throw their hands. And we teach them, wash their hands, and you got to have them back. Anything, it's like that. You cannot throw back. You got to have your own body, your hands, and yourself. Emergent literacy. From 3 to 5 years, focus on the development of early literacy skills. Children become more aware of printed and its purpose. They start recognizing letters, understands that print carries meaning and shows interest in the books and reading. They may also attempt to write letters and their names. Phonological awareness, 46 years. Phonological awareness refers to the ability to recognize and manipulate the sounds in spoken language. Children develop this skill by playing with sounds, rhymes, and syllables. They learn to identify and produce initial sounds, blends sounds together, and segments words into individual sounds. Here, this 4 to 6 years, actually, we don't give the parents, because parents in Sri Lanka, their main concern is the child learning English. So Sinhalese is something that they can learn from home, which they are really not interested, like, they want English. So here we take the sole responsibility to teach the children the English, how to put the letters together, how to pronounce, how, like, we become the role model, and we teach the parents how to handle situations and how to do things. To support language and literacy development in the early childhood, it is important to create a language-rich environment. This includes time to acquire by listening, talking, and reading to children, engaging in conversations, providing access to age-appropriate books and writing materials, encouraging children to express themselves verbally and writing. Here, all this we expect the parents to do, and we teachers, first of all, we do it. We are like 100% into doing all this so that the child gets used to doing things even when they go home. So we make sure we make the environment even in their homes by having meetings with the parents, like, getting people from outside so that parents know how to handle children and bring a good child to the world, because today's child is tomorrow's human. So we want, because we really want good humans, because we lack a lot of things in Sri Lanka at the moment, which is very sad. So, but we see this is like, the child's very first step is the school. So the school, we give them the best so that we produce good citizens to our country. What are the factors that influence language and literacy development? Number one, literacy, which is, listening, which is very important. How you speak to your children. Kind language, kind gestures, how you handle things, which is very important, because it is the listening part which makes the child want to come to school and learn to speak, read, write, language. Is like, at the end product is writing and the reading. That is what we want. So to get to that, listening, speaking, reading, and writing is what we really work on. Language can also include body language, facial expressions, and nonverbal movement that expresses meaning. This is also very important because, like, Asia, we are so good in body language, right? So it is important, the more we use it, it is very easy to communicate because people are more introvert than extroverts. Factors that might influence language development 2 to 5 years. Health and physical development. Illnesses can affect hearing, which in turn causes problem in understanding spoken language and other auditory cues. Hearing problems can in turn affect speech development. Children who are ill lack enthusiasm in speech and will learn to communicate non-verbally. These hinder development of language and communication. Physical and development can influence language. Vocal cords and speech-related facial muscles must be developed in order for a child to communicate effectively. Fine motor skills are also important to write and draw letters and symbols. So every morning, we should have a session so that all this is being done by us teachers. So our lesson plans, weekly plans, daily plans, monthly plans are very important so that this doesn't take much time. This takes only 5 to 10, 15 minutes max. So we should be very well planned. Environment. It is important for developing children to immerse in a language-rich environment. Children are read or spoken to are more likely to want to speak and learn to read. Social environment can be hindrance to language development when there is a lack of example on which children can base their understanding and all other tales they see. That picture speaks a million words, right? So this is where a lot of things go wrong. Bad example. It might be a father or even a mother. Cognitive abilities. There's a correlation between intelligence and early speech. Children who pick up on language early increase the levels of cognitive development. They tend to develop early use of proper sentence structure and strong vocabulary. Children who are slow and to develop language skills are necessarily slow cognitively, as there may be other factors at play. What kind of teaching methods we use? What do you all use? Do you like to share something? Teaching methods. Learning how to communicate is quite complicated. The good news is that children are programmed to be able to do it. But they do need lots of input from adults and to be able to kickstart this program. This also needs to be direct, face-to-face input from a real human being. Children can't learn language effectively from TV or computer games if they are educational. Do you agree?
Absolutely.
They can't. They seriously can't. It is the teacher, it is a human, that if you give them that, the touch, which is the most important thing, you give them the touch, you can make magic. What are the 5 early literacy skills? Listening, singing, talking, reading, writing, playing. And you can be very innovative, you can be very creative. We are humans. We have nothing. Technology can't take the gifts we have. What are the benefits of early literacy development? Exposure of early literacy at a young age leads to improved linguistic skills, a richer vocabulary, improved grammar, high quality writing, better spelling, and more precisely, oral communication. So this is by story, song, whatever. Creative. Teacher is a magician. Literacy development is important for a child's overall development. Literacy is the foundation for doing well at school, socializing with others, problem solving, making decisions, making independent, managing, and money working. Listening, talking, singing, playing sound and words and games, reading, writing, and drawing with your child are great ways to lay a good literacy foundation. The great news is that everyday activities like family meals, bath time, or shopping are all fun opportunities for literacy development within the home. And you don't need a lot of time for literacy activities. 5 minutes, a few times a day is often enough. Literary activities could be one-on-one and group activities. This is a chart that is being used in Sri Lanka. According to this graph, sensory pathways, which is vision and hearing, developed first, followed by language and higher cognitive functions. If the proper environment, interaction, and loving and care for language development is not provided during this critical period, children may find it difficult to acquire their language. The main source of acquiring language, teacher is the best role model. She is the main language skill and that helps children to develop in the school. Listening, again clear, crisp, articulated words, speech, expressive and polite, comprehensive pre-reading, pre-writing. What are the factors that might influence language development? So I shall not read, so because I want to go to the special needs part of it. Right, nature or nurture and nurture. These are just some of the findings that taken together speak convincingly of the interactive nature of the development. Children come to the task of language learning in the perspective of mechanisms that function in a certain way. And with finite attention, the memory capacities. These cognitive systems will at the least influence what is noticed in the language input and may well be central in the learning process. Similarly, children's prior experiences with the material and social world provides an early basis for interpreting the language they hear. Later, they will also make use of language cues. Course of language acquisition is not, however, driven exclusively from within. The structure of the language is to be learned, and the frequency with the various forms are heard will also have an effect. Despite the theoretical debates, it seems clear that the language skills reflect knowledge and capacity in virtually every domain that should not be viewed in an insecular fashion. Right, so this is a case study done on behalf of the differently able students. Right, do you want me to read or do you like to read it? I'll read it? Yeah, thank you. This is a true story.
Thanks. She explained in details about the one domain, like that even in the other domains also. They have a lot of plans to do. Sri Lanka.
I think after power up with the other domain, small presentation on social and emotional. Sure. Second session.
In the second session, you can do it. That.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Registration of how the cognitive development and communication skills are affected or really are influenced by the parental care and teacher care. Actually. Thank you. The last speaker for this session is Ms. M. Rifta Sadiq from Maldives. I request her to make a presentation.
Good all. I'm representing Maldives and I will give you a brief explanation about the Maldives curriculum and the preschool education system. And I call Ms. Maisha to take over that. And ECCD in Maldives is largely focused on pre-primary education because we believe that early childhood education should start from the earliest age of the child. Because we take from 3 to 6 years, they are like preschoolers. There are a lot of preschools that we do the education conducted center-based, home-based, and a non-formal community education and awareness programs for parents also. And I would say that there is no national policy, but the Administration of Preschool Act 2012 recognizes that importance of the preschool education. So, Education Minister of Maldives had taken place and the priority as a prime partner who takes care of the preschool education, and all preschools of the Maldives have to register under them and it goes under their inspections. And that is on the brief, and I will call Ms. Marsha to take over that details. Thank you. And early childhood education and your countries. One thing is different. Maybe different or you guys are following the same thing. Actually, we do, our motto is same, helping children to practice and for the life. So, every child is different. Here, we have an early intervention program. In which countries do you guys have early intervention programs? No. So, I will give some explanation about the early intervention program. Early intervention program we make and IEP first we write and we used to recognize students who need an individualized education plan. Then we make IEP. IEP is individualized education plan. In this IEP we focus there is two goals and two areas. When A is academic goal, when B is behavioral goal. If the child is yesterday and when we went another university, they speak about autism, ADHD, this syndromes. If the child is very severe, we can't go for directly. We can't go for academic goals. We can't focus on academic goals. The child can't even sit for 2 minutes. How can we focus him to study? Focus him to cover his academic goal. We can't focus. So we must follow when B. We can't go directly when A. We have to follow when B goes. That is behavioral goals. Then we have to check whether which behavior he or she needs to improve. For this, we have to make a goal. We have to set a goal. For example, within 1 week, we will increase the child's sitting span by doing these activities like that. Then we have to make IEP team. IEP team is different for every children. Actually, the team includes class teacher, special education teacher, reading teacher, and parent. We must include parent in IEP team. Also, we have to select time that we can complete this goal. We can success this after every success. We have to arrange meetings with IEP team, and we have to explain that the child has already overcome and fulfill this goal. After that, we have to go another goal, one goal by goal. But in this IEP, and then also the children will get chance to go into the class. The children will perform in inclusive class. And for example, if we are taking a 3 hours class, the student is very hyper. He or she will be in an inclusive class for 1 hour. Like that, we have to. By the help of this IEP, we are training them for inclusive education. Our method is inclusive education method. Teaching method is inclusive education method. We include everyone. So that we are practicing the special need one also completely he or she can involve in inclusive class. And I think something new we try in our country. Then we get, and by talking about parents, we get full support from parents. Our parents are very supportive, male and female both. In my island, I don't know about other islands. In my islands, parents are very supportive, but challenges, there are lots of challenges. Main challenges is we don't have in islands we don't have doctors and these special doctors to diagnose them whether what are the disabilities the child is having. So that we have to talk to the parent and we have and encourage parent to go Malay city to consult doctor and to diagnose. After diagnosing, then only we can do this. Also, we make IEP for slow learners. Slow learners also they can go special education class for and when they go academic goals.
Just small question. What does IEP stand for?
Individualized education plan.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So, in fact, we had a very informative and interesting session that very many topics of early childhood and the development they were covered. Sir, I request you to take it forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me begin by complimenting all the presenters. They were excellent presentations. In particular, I want to commend the presentations made by the country leaders, country delegation leaders. What I'm going to try and do over the next 5 minutes or so, 5 to 7 minutes, is to draw from the various presentations in the backdrop of India's experience and try to identify what I think should be the strategy and those elements of strategy which are common and relevant to all our countries. Am I qualified to do this? Let me say that, first of all, I am not an academic. I am a public policy practitioner. I have worked in government for 35 years. And over the last 5 to 7 years, I have taken a deep dive into academics. So let me begin with India's experience and speak about, first of all, the scale of the problem. You know, India started the ICDS program, the Integrated Child Development Services Program, in 1975. So close to 50 years of that program. Essentially what it does is it enables establishment of creches or childcare centers across the country. And if you look at the country as a whole, we have more than 1 million such Anganwadis. Anganwadis or Balwadis, centers where children in the age group 0 to 6, lactating mothers, expectant mothers, and adolescents are provided a host of services. But the focus of the Anganwadi center or the creche is twofold, and both center on the topic of this roundtable. The first pillar of the ICDS program is early childhood care from the perspective of health and nutrition. That is, all children in the 0 to 6 age group are provided not only hot meals, but also supplementary nutrition to ensure that they meet some nutritional standards. The second pillar is early childhood education, focusing on 3 aspects. One, as one of the magicians here pointed out in our magical presentation, teaching literacy in terms of language skills. Second, numeracy skills. And third, psychosocial development skills. That forms the early childhood education component of the ICDS program. Now, 0 to 3 focuses on nutrition, 3 to 6 focuses on early childhood education. And the idea is that India is seeking to make the transition from early childhood care and education seamlessly to the primary school. Despite this remarkable program and the, I would say, remarkable success that India has achieved, let me share some numbers with you. We have about 30%, a little more than 30% of our children in India who are stunted or wasted. About 18 to 20% children who are underweight. What it points to is the scale of the problem. Despite an exceptionally well-organized national program, there are still a significant number of children, large swaths of populations and geographies which face the problem of malnourishment. This is something which is common to all our countries in South Asia. So I'm going to focus on what are the lessons we have learned. I'll try to connect it with the questions that were raised or the observations that were made by the various country leaders. One is, the first is, I'll begin with the excellent speech delivered by the Sri Lankan leader of the delegation on the question of social pressure, the idea of social pressure, and why it is that there is a huge gap, as he pointed out, between what is intended, what might be conceptualized as policy goals, and what actually happens on the ground. In our experience, the first lesson we have learned, and it's a big lesson, is that regardless of the supply side strength, if we do not build agency on the demand side, by agency I mean the ability of the beneficiary, in this case the child, the mother, the father, and the household. If you do not build agency, the ability to seek good health behavior, good education seeking behavior, and the ability to participate in the program not as mere beneficiaries but as agents of change. Regardless of how much you supply on the supply side, you are likely to fall short of your objectives and goals. So how do you build agency? Agency centers on the individual's hopes and aspirations. So building capacity, that is actually training the community, training individual households, it becomes extremely important. Now, in terms of building agency, India has pioneered two very important tools. I'll briefly mention them. If you want to build social pressure on the politicians or on the civil service, and if you want to hold the state to account in terms of delivery of public services, to assess the quality and adequacy of public services, he invented two tools. One is called the Citizen Report Card. The Citizen Report Card is like a school report card. Basically, it is a primary survey of all users, and you ask the users, how do you rate this particular service? Let's say in this case, early childhood education services or early nutrition services, how do you rate this? And there are several parameters on which the rating is given by the citizen. An aggregation of the views of the citizens then becomes the report card, which you hold up as a mirror to the government and say, this is what your clients think of you. And these are the gaps. From there, we move to a gap analysis. And from a gap analysis, we move on to applying correctives. This is an area, first area, that I believe we can closely partner in and cooperate on. We have the expertise in our public policy school. We will extend all support necessary. The second tool is something called a community scorecard. The community scorecard is essentially, if I am a school teacher or an Anganwadi teacher or a nutritionist at the ground level, I believe I'm doing a good job, right? But the question is that my client who's receiving my services doesn't believe I'm doing such a good job. There's a gap between how I perceive my delivery of services and how you perceive receipt of the services. So what we do is, typically when you range government against the citizen, it's always the government which has an upper hand, as all of you know. It's more greater power. So you need to create a platform which will enable what I describe as equitable adversarial engagement. That is, you bring the citizen on par with the government to be able to speak boldly and tell the government that you are wrong. So what we do is we first ask the teachers, for example, of the Anganwadis or schools to rate their own teaching. How well have you taught your children? Let's say you give yourself 8 on 10, or maybe 9 on 10. Then you ask the parents of the child, how much would you rate the teaching level? Suddenly you find that the parents are giving 5 on 10. So why is that? This gap between 5 and 9 or 5 and 8 is what is going to be discussed in the community scorecard or when the community meets. This is the first thing. The second problem we encountered in India and we have learned our lessons from is that, we are now at that stage of development, and this is true for South Asia as a whole, where a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't solve problems. Because children vary, geographies vary, communities vary, and schools also vary. Therefore, the importance of applying data science, data analytics in identifying what is the problem, what is the manifestation of this, what are the patterns in which this is manifesting, and to be able to zero in, like Amazon does zero in on you. When you once buy something from Amazon, they actually tell you what you should buy next because they already know what your behavior is. Yeah. So so we ask the question, why are we not applying data science in public policy or in child development? So this is the second area where we have a very strong data analytics school. Sudarshana made a presentation this afternoon. We will help you develop a very good intervention model on how to use data, open data, to actually analyze and find solutions which are local and not, the problem is global, but you need solutions which are local. The third lesson we have learned, and this is again true for all, brilliant teachers like this lady who made this presentation from Sri Lanka are rare to come. Let me be honest. Why is that the case? Because when you see, innovation comes from the private sector or private initiative, but scale in any country in South Asia can only come from government. So the moment you would demonstrate a proof of concept and you want to scale it up to the country level or to the province level or to the region level, then you find the biggest capacity constraint is the teaching capacity constraint. And therefore, we have realized that unless we focus on building the capacities of teachers to have actually an excellent faculty development program and raise their levels of everything, believe me, I was completely, your presentation was magical. And I think all of those things teachers have to. The fourth lesson we have learned, and this is true again for all our countries, is that, unless we embrace the problem, embrace the policy of decentralization, or what I would call the principle of subsidiarity, that is, if there is a problem, the agency or the government which is proximate to the problem should have the authority or power to resolve that problem. The moment you start centralizing things, then see, for instance, if you take this round table as an example, to be honest with you, if you start from the hierarchy, nobody really was empowered to make decisions on this conference except two people. One was Aradhana, the other was Anantram. And they were the ones who designed this. They were the ones who spoke to Dr. Mehrotra, and they were the ones. Why? Because they are empowered to make decisions. They were told. Pro Vice Chancellor was kind enough to tell them, you take whatever decisions you want, I am behind you. So that kind of empowerment at the community level is going to be extremely important. And now come briefly dwell on financing. One problem that all our countries face in varying degrees is that we work under severe resource constraints, whether financial resources, human resources, infrastructure resources, any other kinds of resources. So we need to find optimization solutions. And again, it's extremely, it was very well put again by the Sri Lankan representative, when he said that, how do we get politicians to prioritize spending on or investing on early childhood care and education? Because their priorities are very different, right? And we found that you can actually use data science to influence and community pressure to influence politicians to ensure that there is prioritization of expenditure done. I will not go into the details of that. We can speak on the sidelines on how we have been doing it here. But an important role in India has been that of the private sector. It's not just public funding of early childhood education and care that is happening. There's a lot of private funding of early childhood education and care. I'll give you an example. In the province of Karnataka, there is one district, which is a coastal district called Mangalore or South Canara, where if you went on all parameters of early childhood education and nutrition, they are on par with European countries, as is Kerala province, right? Why is that so? Though it's in the same country. It is because the community is fully engaged. You find every Anganwadi or every school there is of a high standard because the community has invested in it. Not just the government funding, but every individual citizen has put money and helped in the. I will not, I think the other things have been well said, relationship between mother's literacy level and malnutrition. I think it's well established, there's enough evidence. I'll just cover a few other points. I also liked the presentation made by the leader of the Bhutanese delegation. And the question was, do we have an early childhood education training program? Yes. We combine two things. From the domain side, our pediatrics department of the medical school has developed an excellent module, which is very detailed on training of teachers on how you can look at health and nutrition of the child. And from the School of Social Science, we have, from the public policy side, from Aradhana and Anantaramo and Sakshi's side, we can provide you support on training of your teachers in the Anganwadis or the creches, as the case may be. How do you bridge the gap between?
Sorry for the interruption. Just want to supplement what you said. We are basically looking for the training in special need. When it comes to the training in other ECCD programs, we have enough in the country. We have expertise from outside, from the West. We have a lot of support from the Safe and Children, from the UNICEF. It's not a problem. The main problem is how to deal with the special education needs and that's differently able. So we are looking for that kind of training. Because I'm inspired because your university is dealing with health science. So if there is a possibilities to deal or to have a training in that kind of
absolutely
along with health, so that we can look forward.
Yeah, we will do that. What needs to change in all our countries? I'll end with this. Several of you have made the point that despite best efforts, there are gaps, and how do we address these gaps between the need for and supply of early childhood education care services in policy formulation, implementation, monitoring? What needs to change? In India, more recently, in the past, say 10 years or so, a decade since, or maybe a little more, 15 years, there a certain recognition dawned on us. You probably know that in our economic trajectory, 1991 was a very defining year for us. India went through a serious financial crisis in 1990, where we were compelled to actually mortgage our gold because our balance of payments position was so bad that we didn't have foreign exchange to do our debt servicing. And then the government decided, one of our great prime ministers, P.V. Narasimha Rao, and Dr. Manmohan Singh was the finance minister, decided to embark on a reform program, which was at a macro level economic reforms package. It changed the trajectory. How did it change from an ideological perspective? India had been left of center for a long time, for the first 50 years. And suddenly we took a sharp right turn. And we said that LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization is the way to go. So we went about it. And about 15 years ago, we suddenly realized the consequences of this. While we achieved huge growth rates and we made that quantum jump, the inequality started widening. So if you look at inequality levels in India today, you find very sharp inequalities. About 20% of the population controls 80% of its resources, and 80% shares 20% of the resources. With that in mind, policymakers decided that we must make a paradigm shift. Instead of monitoring GDP and per capita income, we said we should start monitoring HDI, the Human Development Index, which focuses on just three things: health, education, and livelihoods. Right? So we moved the needle to start looking at HDI. And that is the focus in all the provincial governments, as well as the federal government now. When you move the needle to HDI, then you realize that it becomes much easier to focus on early childhood education, health, and skills and employment, which is the direction in which we are moving. There's a lot, I'll end here. There's a lot we need to learn from all of you, and we look forward to doing that learning. And perhaps there may be a few things where we can extend support to you. As our chairman and chancellor said this morning, we are with you in every possible way. I've already told the president of the South Asian Association that we'll be happy to work with each of your countries to take this forward. I'll request Mr. Mehrotra also Dr. Mehrotra also to help us build these partnerships.
We can form a guild and community connect.
Yeah. So thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thanks for all delegates and for all of this initiative. And I want, if I like to say something. Normally, I introduce new management system to the our staff, and normally in the office, in the department, and everywhere, the people have the problems. They come with the problems to the senior officers. They expect the solution from the senior officers. But I introduce the new method to them. Firstly, you identify what is the problem. And after that, identify what is the cause for the problem. And how, then thirdly, you identify how we can solve. Yeah. What is the solution? And after that, make the strategies to achieve the solutions. That same concept we can apply to this also. Yes. In our discussion, very nicely we understood what is the problem. Now we have to give the more priority for the ECCD. We have to develop the quality of the ECCD in not only the Sri Lanka, all the subnationalities. We know very nicely. They explain with a lot of homeworks. I think a lot of times you spend for all the data.
On the research findings.
Yeah, research findings.
That was very.
Yeah. The problem is we clearly understood the problem.
Yes.
And we discussed a lot of things for the cause for the problem. Yeah, we clearly understand, and now we know what's the reason for the problem and how we can solve the problem. And we have to extend all the stakeholders: government, private sector, teachers, policymakers, parents,
civil society,
all these.
All the stakeholders.
You explain well how we can solve the problem and what kind of strategies we can implement.
Yes.
Yeah, you explained well what kind of strategies, how we can make the social pressure. And how we can develop the policies, how we can develop how we can do the operation levels. He explained how we can develop the language skills like that, how we can, how we can develop the cognitive skills and all things. They know they are experts in this sector. They know what kind of activities we can do. Like, I think Dr. Raj Mahatra did a big role with us. And as a team, firstly, we have to do all the things. And these platforms are more important to implement our strategies, to strengthen all stakeholders.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, we have when we go to the market, sometimes we buy products. We can buy the products with the low prices, but always we expect to buy the brands. We give the big money to buy the brand. When we consider about the car, always we concern about the brand. Then we give the big money. Then we have to strengthen the specific teachers to be a good brand in their village. Then she can give the good leadership to the village, to the parents and all things. And I, as an association, I thanks for all of you. And this is a good knowledge sharing session. I think all of us got a lot of things. Thanks for all of you.
Before we close, do you have any remarks or questions for the delegates or participants before we close the session?
I'd like to take the opportunity to ask, sir, you mentioned that in community invested in ECCD at Mangalore. So if you could kindly recommend some ECCD where we can approach and go through. So that I'm very inspired when you said the communities are involved in the ECCD. So that we hardly find, because this time what countries are going through is every country, especially South Asia country, especially the governments and the private sectors are going through is they're requesting, educating, making awareness of the importance of childcare. But when you said about the communities aware of the ECCD program, I'd like to know if you can recommend some ECCDs in Mangalore.
In Mangalore?
Yes.
Yes, there are many. I would straight away start with, there is a place called, I will ask Aradhana and Anantramu to give you the details, but there is an institution in a place called Ujjire near Dharmasthal in Mangalore, which is our coastal district headquarters, where they have done some remarkable work on early childhood education and care, and have also helped to train teachers, train the community on. But you know, there are such institutions in other districts as well, in other provinces. But what separates that district really from, there are two, maybe next time when you come, I would suggest Dr. Mehrotra to organize a visit to Mangalore, that is the district I'm speaking about, and the adjoining state, which is Kerala. There are two things which separate these two places from the rest of the country. First is that the people are extremely engaged in the community work, because they don't see the primary school as run by the government. They say this is our school, this is for our children. And they actually hold the state to account. They pull up the teachers and officers if they don't do well. You know, that is one difference. And that has come over time because as early as 50 years ago, they were empowered through the local government. You know, we created what are called panchayats. Panchayat is a group of villages administered by an elected body. They were empowered there. So they run the schools, they run the public health care centers, they run the Anganwadis and so on. So we will organize for you to visit. Maybe some of you, maybe even perhaps the leaders of the delegation could come. We will try and host you and take you there and show you some of these so that you can actually see with your own eyes. But that was possible because, and perhaps this is something that might be useful for you. At the national level in India, there is an institution called NIPCD, NIPPCD, which is the National Institution for Public Policy Relating to Child Development. It is part of the Ministry of Women and Child Development in the Government of India. So they drive a lot of these initiatives to encourage local communities to build their own institutions. So there are plenty of things we can share with you. I will be in touch with you. Thank you. Yes.
I have a question. It was already written before, and somewhere we have addressed, but still I just want some specific answer or maybe data. It was indeed a very rich presentation from the perspective of practice or research. My concern or my curiosity is to serve from the macro perspective of this ECD. Finally, at the end of, if I'm not wrong, or my understanding is that mutually we have accepted that teachers' professional development programs is much more needed. So I was expecting some kind of teachers, what is your budget on teachers' development? Because we have been talking about the whole parenting involvement. We talked about the center's involvement. Why didn't we include teachers' development in your presentation? The thing is whether we missed it or it was not so very important. And if you could give some data like how much they are getting paid or what are the other facilities you are given or you're giving to those Anganwadi teachers or facilitators.
Yeah, it is included. Actually, I have not shown.
Okay.
Education, teacher training is also included. It is considered
part of NEP now.
No, in the education, we have a programmatic and non-programmatic experiment. all the institutions and boards that are related to children as well as teachers' education are included in that budget. So
What is the ratio of that?
that budget actually it accounts for Karnataka, it accounts 15% of the total budget.
It's a 5050.
One.
Actually, that's a very good question you asked. Teacher training and capacity building in India is largely led by the private sector. There are private sector institutions which do the faculty development, teaching, training. The government also has its own teacher development programs. But we have a peculiar different problem. I don't know whether it's true for your countries, but suppose we say, let's say in the province in which we are, that is Karnataka, that Karnataka spends, hypothetically I'm giving an example, Anand will know the numbers. Suppose we say that it spends 15% of its budget on, let's say, women and child development. But when I deconstruct that budget into its various components, you will find that a lot of it is going towards salaries and allowances of the staff. And very little is going towards what he described as programmatic spending. And we are trying to address that problem. So when you look at budgeting, you should first remove salaries and allowances of that department. And then see how much is left for programs, for community development programs, for capacity building programs, for nutrition programs, for early childhood education programs. See, one very important thing, again, going back to that excellent presentation on literacy and learning at early childhood, a key area where India is focusing now is creating teaching material, which is innovative and the pedagogical tools which are creative that teachers can use. You need to spend money on that. There's a lot of R&D that goes into it. So our focus is to see if we can enhance budgets, not just for salaries, but also for programmatic expenditure. That's something we must keep in mind.
If I can just add on. As per the Central Board of Secondary Education in India, CBSE, there is a mandatory training program of 50 hours every year a teacher has to, undergo. And that is being imparted by the CBSE Center of Excellence, COEs. So that is again being sponsored by the school themselves for all their teachers.
So there are no questions again. I wish to make a few statements which are generic. Again, highlighting the importance of education. I don't know who has quoted it, but there is a very famous quote. With bombs and missiles are not required to destroy a country. If the education system is destroyed, the country is destroyed actually. That's essentially what we are really learning from that actually. It's very, very important. And the Gulshan have told about that scalability is also very, very important. Actually, almost sitting in the same place where I'm sitting now, Dr. Timothy Killeen, who is the president of University of Illinois system, he made a statement because he was one of the at that time. He said, no, any initiative, when you propose or think of, never lose the perspective of scalability. Any of the social initiatives, if you don't have that perspective of scalability, usually tends to be failure actually, because definitely this is a social initiative, and as he said actually, even though the scalability is offered predominantly by the government, but there are ways in which that is, as we say, that is social pressure, etc., where that scalability can be filtered in. And as all of us have discussed actually, now there is a deeper involvement. Deeper involvement is a requirement both from, I should say, parents and the teachers and the society at large. That's where it is very important. As we say, without our involvement, nothing can succeed, and with our involvement, nothing can fail actually. So with these remarks, let me again profusely thank all the speakers, and you can see the expertise in its fingertips actually, the places and other things again from Mr. Janaka and also all our speakers. I'm sure the first session has been very informative, productive, and I should say enriching. I profusely thank each and every one of you for your, I should say, patient hearing and proactive participation. Again, I thank all the speakers for excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kadambi sir, for graciously accepting our request to chair the session. Because we have passed the time, we will head towards lunch. We'll shorten our campus tour, which was for an hour. We keep it for half an hour. And we start our next technical session, 3:30. So we gather, we'll have lunch and so if we can be here by 3:15, we start our next technical session.
Lunch maybe not too happy.
We have lunch, campus tour, and we come back here. We'll take you to the lunch.
We can take a lunch time, we can invest 2-3 minutes.
Yeah. It's a.
Join us for lunch.
Yeah, thank you.
So just escort them to.
Let's fix it. Let's fix it. Recording. Not only.
Just make sure they are all escorted to the lunch.
Another breakfast. Is that is that high? Marine side की हाँ वाले side की हाँ वाले यहाँ
Should come with the given the importance of early childhood care and practices. That's another
also one of this.
central government.
Yes.
And extension. There are new opportunities for us. Wait a few minutes.
यार है तो actually campus के तो मेरा I'm a Google with the hand.
It reflects on us. There's no point in naming them. That means we didn't do our job well. We didn't do our job well.
Campus tour.
As EDU departments, all of you don't take interest in the work. Attention to detail is very poor. Attention to detail had been there, this one Anyway, past I won't say anything. It's make this much clear. Having meetings. I do not want any of this to happen again. Otherwise, none of you will have a place in school. I don't want it to occur.
Yeah, no. There's to be
Training is
competition. Develop introvert.
Want to be exposed.
I believe for a program.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ಬ್ಲೇಮ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. We have to take responsibility. We had enough time. We simply did not pay attention.
Anything. That's okay. I just we will carry forward.
One set of delegates are yet to come. ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಯಾರ ಮೇಲೆ
Can download, just click the link. It will
this under science why writing the confidence the common
Sudarshan.
and thoughts.
He wanted to know what is these worry registration.
While highlighting his urge his for
And then
is
and message you or ask better you message you.
field of education and education I have special focus.
I need to. Namaskar.
Yes. Okay. Anybody else? Understand? And we also
What's happened? Whatever you send for both. The re-register, our case is re-register.
okay.
Just take what case is. 24th is the last date, so you must inform him today.
Okay, I
You can assign these tasks.
Starting out on Tuesday,
all the time home.
yeah. He speak.
They can buy.
It's a start.
And
You ready? Let's start. Psychology.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's start.
Okay. Good afternoon. Hope you had a nice lunch, also a good tour of our campus. Okay. So let us start right now the second session or post presentation. The first presentation is by Ramaiah from the Department of Psychology of School of Social Sciences, our university. Madam, there are about 7, so probably we will restrict to between 10 to 12 minutes so that we will have time to cover.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone and warm welcome to our delegates post-lunch. Well, this is Dr. Anita from the Department of Psychology, School of Social Sciences. Today, I will just go through the normal development a child takes place, I mean the normal development or the growth of a child from the period of conception till the infancy stage. Okay. It's on not all children grow up the same. The next slide. Well, there are basic issues concerning the development of the child. The 3 basic issues are the continuity or discontinuity, nature or nurture, or is it one course of development or many course of development. When it comes to the continuity, a child would have developed the skills that is required, and to the existing skills, it goes on adding the new skills. Now, when it comes to the discontinuity, the child develops and understands the world in a better way and responds to the world. Then the next issue is the nature and nurture, whether it is the genetic component that plays a role or the environmental component that plays a role when it comes to the development of the child. So the debate is still going on even in 2023. Then when it comes to the one course of development or many, is it the genetic component, is it the environment, or is it the parenting style, or is it the schooling, or the education, or the society that plays a role? So these are the basic issues that we see with regard to the child development. Next, as we all know, prenatal development is a very sensitive period. Any changes that happens in the uterus or during the prenatal period, it will have a tremendous impact on the child growth. So the genetic components, like any defects in the genes or genetic component, can lead to brain damage or the physically disabled child. Then prenatal development, that is the mood of the mother or the emotions that the mother is facing or any infections that the mother has also play a role on the child's brain development as well as the physical development. Now, childbirth, the process of childbirth, as we all know, is basically secret or the natural childbirth. But in some cases, there may be forceps cases. But of course, now forceps babies are not allowed now. That is, forceps delivery is not allowed. So it can be breech baby or premature baby. So these are all the components that play a very important role in the growth of that child. Next. Now, infancy period, from birth till the infancy period, a rapid development takes place. The second rapid development takes place during the adolescent period. So here from birth to infancy, again, we see the developments taking place in the area of motor development, perceptual aspects, physical growth, cognitive development, language, emotional, moral, and development of sex differences and gender roles, and of course, schooling and peer. So let me not get more into detail of this, but the motor development also is important because as the child grows, it starts crawling, then it achieves the balance of the neck and balance of the body and starts taking footsteps. Then comes the perceptual development. So in the perceptual development, it is the perception of the colors, the size, the shape, and the depth perception occurs. Physical growth is basically the height, weight, and of course the BMI. So for all these developments, a milestone is, a standardized milestone is present, or it is standardized. And in the cognitive development, it is the child's ability to reason out, to solve a simple problem or a simple puzzle. So cognitive development again indicates the intelligence of the child or the reasoning ability or the comprehension or the memory. Emotional development is not with regard to the emotion of the child, it is with regard to the emotions identified by the child of the primary caregiver. That is the mother's smile or the voice or the sound or the words. So the child is able to identify whether the primary caregiver is in a pleasant state of mood or in an unpleasant state of mood. So that covers the emotional development. Then comes the moral development as to what is right, what is wrong. So later in the developmental stage comes the moral development. Then development of sex differences, that is a girl child is dressed in frocks and the boy is dressed in the t-shirts or the trousers. So this is where the sex difference, the child identifies the sex differences and the gender roles also, the roles that is given or allotted to the girl child or the boy child. This is how they start developing the gender differences. Then of course comes the schooling and fear after the age of 3 years. Next. Then the attachment period or the attachment between the primary caregiver and the child is very important because this is where the impact that we feel that we see in the later stages of the child's secured feeling towards the caregiver or outside the family. Now, warm attachment establishes from the day of birth. The mother holds the baby, and whether the baby understands or not, she keeps talking to the baby, whether the baby understands the words that she says or not. And when the baby smiles, she also smiles. She makes eye-to-eye contact. The cooing from the baby also, the mother responds to the cooing of the baby. So all this leads to a secured feeling. Once the child gets a secured feeling, then it starts moving away from the primary caregiver to the world of their own. That is, the child knows that even if mother is absent for the time being, she will appear later. So that means the child, according to the Piaget's theory, if you take, the child, once it gets the secured feeling, it knows that even in spite of mother being absent there, she will reappear at some point of time or the other. So these are all the attachments that we see between the child and the primary caregiver. Now, all children are not blessed with this kind of attachment. There are difficulties in attachments also. Like, for example, in the family, if there is a pathological mother or father or the pathological parents, the environment of the family itself is totally affected. There will be no interactions between the primary caregiver and the child. Then the broken homes, where more of criminal activities happens. Then inconsistent parenting. Inconsistent parenting is, suppose a child steals pen or pencil from the neighbor's house. The mother may praise and reward the child. Next time when the child repeats the same behavior, the mother can punish the child. Okay, so this is the inconsistent parenting that happens. And lastly, the parenting style. That is the authoritative parenting. The more dominant the parenting style is, the less will be the attachment. So these are the difficulties in attachment that we find in the families. Next. So next, after the age of 3 years, the child starts moving away from the home to the schools. Now, there are different models of education. It can be the kindergarten or nursery, pre-nursery, or the daycare centers. So here the formal education starts, but not in a very strict way. The play also is incorporated, like cooperation period and all is incorporated. And there are some regulations related to the kindergarten or nursery schools, where the regulation says that you cannot make the child to sit for more than 30 minutes at a stretch. So they follow the regulations that is mentioned in the policies. So here the teachers become a very important person in the child's life. Next. So then in the kindergarten or nursery schools, you find the play also as one of the component. So there are different kinds of play. It can be supervised play by the teacher. It can be the outdoor play or indoor play. Outdoor play is very beneficial to the child because it learns the social skills, interpersonal relationships also improves. Then physical activities are more required, and then there may be plays where there may be formal instructions or informal instructions. So play also is one of the important component where the child crosses several barriers. Then there may be some difficulties with regard to not all children, but few of the children. Like for example, peer rejection. A child may be rejected by the peer because the child himself may have some difficulties or problems. Like the child may be very shy, very introvert, or prefers to be alone. So in such cases, the child may not like to play with others. Then play styles, whether it is individual play, group play, or supervised play. Okay, so that also matters in the child's development. Then self-esteem, that is the low worth that the child has, or the child feels I'm inferior to others. Then sense of belongings, when it is a multicultural group, when there is a problem with the language, the child may feel that I don't belong to this group. So it may withdraw from the friends. Okay, then it may start playing alone or sit in one corner of the room and watch others playing. Now, next is the importance of home and family. Again, home also gives a very secure feeling to the child. It provides substance, that is, the food, the nurturance, the care, and all is provided to the child. Then safety is the first thing the child feels in at home. Then it provides stimulation. Stimulation, that is the sensory stimulations, and stimulation with regard to the language, with regard to the other sensory organs. So all this are the stimulation that is provided in the family. Then socio-emotional support also the child gets from the primary caregivers, and it provides a structure, and then it facilitates more of social integration. That is, if the primary caregiver is friendly with the neighbors, the child also will become friendly with the neighbors. That is, it sees the mother or the father being very friendly with the neighbor, and the child feels very secure that the neighbors are also my friends. I will be more safe with them. So this is how the secure feelings the child develops. Now, all children will not follow the same normal process or the milestones. There may be developmental delays with regard to the cognitive aspect, or the language, or the motor development, or in the social skills. Now, many parents come to me and say, my child is not uttering even a single word, whereas the same age child, my neighbor, the child is talking in sentences. So I always say, don't compare your child with other children. Some children are late, there'll be delay in the development. Some children are normal. Some children, they start speaking at the earlier stage. Then I've seen in my own clients or their children that a child was not spoken till the age of 3 years, started speaking in sentences. Okay, so it didn't utter the words and all, it started speaking in sentences. So there may be delay in certain areas, but some children definitely pick it up. So then comes the children with intellectual deficiency or physically disabled. For that, we have qualified providers like special educators, the physiotherapists, psychology, social workers, and all, who work with these children, where they train the primary caregivers also. So here, the children are put into a special education school rather than a mainstream school. I think you're all aware of the physically disabled and the intellectually deficient children. So the interventions, very briefly, I'll talk about the interventions. Now, when there is a pure rejection, see to it that the children is encouraged to play with peers and try to identify the barriers between the rejected child and the other children, and try to bring in both the groups of children together. Then self-esteem, praise and reward children's accomplishment so that the self-esteem of the child also improves. Then play, involve the child in the constructive and descriptive play. Then when it comes to the language, see to it that the child first learns the primary language and the secondary language, so that language won't become a barrier. And of course, the differential abilities, the special educations are there, and we have special curriculum like drawing, play, hands-on activities and all, where the child learns at least the informal school of learning. Next. So there are certain policies with regard to the education of the child and the caring of the child. So I think the policy makers can take this forward. And thank you.
Thank you. Actually, it was succinct and to the point, and you did really talked about the importance of emotional behavior of mother during pregnancy and the difficulties of attachment, and finally what to really watch during the period. Actually, it was very informative. Thank you.
So can I just put in, because before you talked about the delay in cognitive skills and social skills. So what is the procedure through which we can observe that it's a delay, not an ailment, where we call all sophisticated words? So how do you like it?
See, first of all, we have the assessments.
Okay.
We do the assessments, but based on the assessment, even if the assessment shows that there is a delay, we don't jump and on a conclusion. We ask the parents to wait for a certain period of time. Then still if it persists, then we have to pay attention to it. Because our parents, I mean, in the society, the parents always compare their children with other children. They don't understand that for some children, there will be delays in their developments. Some children are early learners, some children are poor learners. So I tell them, wait for another 6 months, wait for another 8 months. Okay, then you will see the differences. Or still if it is very glaring and you don't see any % of improvement, then you come back and say. So I don't basically depend only on assessments. We give more time actually.
Okay. Can I, with due permission from the chair, can I ask a question? Okay, multi-language, when you touch on that point, I suddenly remember, like back to my country, in the first day of the child's to the primary preschool, we let our facilitator, we don't say teacher, we say facilitator or a caregiver, to let them use the local language, so any language. So when it comes to multi-language, what exactly do you mean by that in your context?
So, see, bilingual is 2 languages, right? Multilingual is more than 2 or 3 languages. Initially, see, the children will learn several languages because the absorption is very good actually. Yes. But initially, when they're sent to the school, they get confused between so many languages. Then the belongingness will not be there.
Yes.
So they feel that language is a greater barrier for them to mingle with others. And I heard that in certain countries, when a child do not use the English language, they are labeled as autistic children. So what we have to do is first see what their primary language is, what is their mother tongue, what is their secondary language, and then get into the multilingual. So first the teachers should understand what exactly it is and then give the intervention.
Thank you.
May I ask a question, please? And how can we identify that the child has a talking problem? That means a verbal communication, mostly compared to the girls, boys having those problems. Any age limit to come to a conclusion that this child have a verbal communication problem, the communicating problem?
See, we don't have anything like age and all, but by the end of second year, the child should be able to speak at least 2 or 3 words. When that doesn't happen, as I said earlier, we have to give some time and space for the child also. But then if the babbling is there, cooing is there, that is the indicator that the voice box is working. And then the chances are high that child will get into the language development and all. But in spite of having babbling and cooing, still if the child do not speak after a certain age, then go for an organic checkup.
How long that means? 3 years boy, from 2.5 years, he is under this thing, and still he is unable to speak properly. So he is stammering. So can we go to a conclusion and say that we have to go to a doctor or some?
No, for organic checkup, yes. If it is 2.5 years, let them get organic checkup by speech therapist and all, then wait for till 3 years, then you can get into the international.
Thank you. And I need to check child's background also. The thing is, and last 2 years I faced a case, and very different case, and the child mother and father both are dead. Then he came to LKG because 4 plus, age 4 plus, but we don't know how to speak. He couldn't even say a single word.
That is because the environment is not a very
Yeah.
stimulating environment. See, the child is not hearing the sounds at all. If the child is deaf, he can't hear any sound. That imitation cannot happen.
Yeah.
So when you are taking the case study, you will take everything in detail. But just on this one, I'm answering that. So take a detailed case history. If the environment is not a stimulating environment for the child, then the child won't learn. Okay, in the same way we see in cities and all, both parents sitting with their laptops.
Yeah.
Right? They don't have the time to talk to the child. Forget about talking. They can't even make out what the child is doing. So what is happening? The environmental stimulation is very, very poor. So the child can't imitate the words or can't pick up on any of the developmental aspects. So intervention.
Thank you.
Any kind of
Intervention.
Excuse me. Good afternoon to all. And since Madam is from the psychology background, I think, so I would like to ask four type of category that student found that in some students are not able to speak till the 6 years. The parents are forcing that in my center or in our center that they let them to speak out, and students are not able to speak. Then second stage is second little another child who is speaking little bit, who is stammering and very naughty. And third one is quite abnormal. He can bite everybody else or even teachers also. And fourth one is the parents, they are firstly they are drinking the child, then the children are not habitual, they are not staying in the center, so that the parents think that my children is not able to adopt in the center and they are taking away. Then how many days children needs we are facing this 4 categories problem, then how many days children need to be habitual, and what are the techniques that we have to deal all those categories? Please, can you address me? Thank you.
Sir, as I said, one thing check on the environmental aspects. If there are elderly people at the home, actually the stimulation will be better because they keep talking to their children and all. And another thing is if there is a cleft, that organic component, that second component that you have to check. That is because they are telling till the age of 6. Okay. Then apart from that, that child may have some cognitive issues also, like the poor comprehension, not able to grasp quickly, or the storing of the words that is being uttered in the memory if it's not there, then all these are all the indicators that there are some neurological problems. So the child has to undergo a medical checkup actually. But then provide a stimulating environment, use different technique for the child to learn. Even if the child learns very slowly also, it's okay. But have patience and teach the things step by step. Use clay or use simple toys or objects and make the child to repeat the words. So it may repeat the words, but then it may forget also.
Since my facilitator or caregiver, they are asking my advice as a psychology student, I advise them to tackle with their knowledge what they want and what they are liking it. Let them to appreciate and make them to control indirectly to what they want, and so that they can be habitual. Now my facilitator or caregiver, they are dealing with those children with a specialty, with the now they are in almost in the control, and and some of the those the student who have quite neurology problem. Do we have any specialties in your hospital?
Yes, we have, sir. Definitely we have.
You have,
Educators, yes, we have all of the rehabilitation center here. We have pediatrician, we have psychiatrists, we have the rehabilitation center.
Thank you.
A very well-known rehabilitation center we have.
Well known.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, in the interest of time, if there are further questions, definitely now we can discuss further, okay? Because any speakers who are still waiting, sorry for. Okay. The next speakers are going to be from School of Law, our university, Dr. Aruna, Ms. Akanksha, and Mr. Arvind. Aruna.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're from School of Law. I'm Arvind Tayanjam. I'm an assistant professor at School of Law. Along with me is Akanksha Surana, assistant professor, and Dr. Aruna, associate professor. So today, our presentation will be basically on child rights in India. So how we're going to start is that we're going to first look at the international obligations of child rights. For example, like what are the international conventions that India is party to, through which it is incumbent upon India to make laws and frame legislations and policies so that child rights are being protected. Following which, we will go to and look at the constitutional frameworks of how the constitutional frameworks are kind of guaranteeing child rights, not only in terms of education, but also in growth, overall development. Following that, we will look into specific legislation that protects children, be it like the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, the Juvenile Justice Act, etc. So as an introduction, India is party to the Convention of Rights of Children, which is a United Nations human rights legal instrument. So this is a legal binding instrument which India has ratified in the 11th of December 1992. Following which, India instrumented an act legislation called Protection of Human Rights Act 1993. So the basic premise of this legislation is to bring about all of the guidelines that the UN is enforcing into the municipal legal framework. So the primary focus of this legislation was on the values of ICCPR and ICESCR, which is about cultural and political rights and economic and social rights. But now the focus has now moved on to focus more on women and children issues. Then also, then again, the Constitution. So we're going to see how the Constitution has managed, or how the Constitution has been able to adapt all of the international values that is there. So these are some of the conventions that India is party to. The first one, obviously, that is the Convention of Rights of Child. The second one is the Conventions Against Transnational Organized Crime and the Protocol to Prevent and Suppress Trafficking in Persons. So this is a very particular convention in of itself, because this talks about human trafficking, it talks about prevention of human trafficking, it talks about specifically in terms of women in child, because India and also the nearby countries have had an issue always of human trafficking and child prostitution as an issue. We have had in certain parts of our country, we have had porous borders through which human trafficking is very rampant. So this one treaty or convention is creating an obligation into the legal system to create framework so that it protects. The other one is the Hague Convention on Protection of Child in Cooperation and Respect of Inter-Country Adoption. This is again one of the legislations or an international conventions that tries to protect international kidnapping, as we call it. Like if there's so that children who are supposed to be in a particular nation, they are not taken away without authorized channels. And the last one is the South Asian Association on Regional Cooperation Convention on Prevention and Combating Traffic in Women and Children for Prostitution. This is very much similar to that of the second convention, but over here, this one is particularly focusing on South Asian countries. So these are some of the articles that I have highlighted. I do recognize that today's conference is on the right to education, However, it is incumbent upon and it's imperative that we understand that right to education cannot exist on its in of itself without further guaranteeing other rights simultaneously. Let's say, for example, right to life of a child. The child needs to have a holistic environment to grow. That needs to be guaranteed as a right, or else the educational, there is no point of just creating a right to education. Much like that, there has to be an environment for the child to have proper physical and mental health, and also access to physical and mental health, access to healthcare systems, right? And here I would like to draw attention to some of the issues that we face, particularly in this country, especially underprivileged families and stuff. They have difficulties getting quality quality health care. It's difficult to get access to that. So these rights in of itself, directly or indirectly, always affects the right to education. Like, for example, in the Article 24, you can see here that it talks about to combat disease and malnutrition, provide for adequate nourishes food and clean and drink water. All of these are requirements in order to just look at education, right? Child labor is also one thing. I think this is something that across the board, we, as all South Asian countries, we do share a similar issue. That is in terms of child labor, because we are all developing nations, so there is an issue in which we're facing problems, whereas because it's better for the child to go and earn rather than go to a school and get him or herself educated, right? Because that is the situation of some of the families living here. But that shouldn't be the particular case, right? So following this, we will now look at the Indian Constitution of how there are frameworks in the Indian Constitution that is supposed to guarantee all of the rights that are given to it without fail. So taking forward, Akansha will take a look at the Constitution of India.
Thank you, Arvind. So as we all know, Constitution of India. So India has around 158.7 million children in the age group of 0 to 6 years of age, and the challenges of catering to this important segment has always been a big challenge, and India has been on the forefront to recognize these challenges, and these challenges are very well acknowledged to ensure the holistic development of the children. So, as we all know, India has always been on the front seat to make sure the child, whatever goes in the international regime, is always incorporated into the national framework. So, first of all, we would like to have a look on the Constitution of India, Article 21, protection of life and personal liberty. This is just an article which says that life should be protected at all costs, but the Supreme Court has again and again reiterated the same and has given the widest connotation to this article, stating that life should not be taken very casually. So in every case, in every judgment that Supreme Court has given, it has made it very clear that life should be well taken care of. So I would like to just point out few very landmark cases as to how Supreme Court has changed the entire scenario and has made Article 21 the strongest foundation on which India stands. So in Article 21, in the case of Public Union for Civil Liberties versus the Union of India, Supreme Court has said that right to food is a very fundamental right, and there should be a nutritional floor onto which each and every citizen of the country is entitled to. Apart from that, when we talk about food, we can always correspond to the another right, like for example, right to shelter. Supreme Court in another case, in the case of Rajiv Yadav versus Union of India, has said that right to shelter is also a fundamental right. Time and again, Supreme Court through various judgments has made sure that life of children should not be compromised. So now I move to Article 21A, right to education. Being a party to the international conventions, it has set down right to education in the year 2002 as the fundamental right,
and has guaranteed to the citizen that up till 15 years of age, every child of the country is entitled to free and compulsory and free education to each and every child of the country. This right is not just a right. Indian government has been taking all the measures and various schemes has been brought. Like for example, midday meal scheme, providing free food to children in school, so that along with education, they can get good nutritional food as well. Along with that, various schemes like Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, to make sure that irrespective of gender, irrespective of any caste, irrespective of any religion, in India, every child should get education. Now, Article 24, as my colleague pointed out, education also brings about another set of rights along with it. Education cannot be the sole right. It brings about another set of rights along with it. So, in under Article 24, the constitutional frameworks are very clear that in any employment, as we all know, in our countries, there is we have cheap labor, and cheap labor is sometimes synonymous comes to child labor, because instead of going to schools, they go and earn because of the family situation. So the constitution makes it very clear in under Article 24 that children will not work up till 14 years of age. They cannot be working in any hazardous industries like firecracker industries, bangle making industries, which are hazardous to their health and detrimental to their overall growth. Similarly, in this article, there is a case, very landmark case, Shivkasi Industries, which is located in Tamil Nadu, wherein a group of children were working in a firecracker industry. And this was pointed out by a public activist who pointed to the Supreme Court that even we have this, how can children work in such things? The Supreme Court, through this case, made provisions that children should not be employed in any employment which are hazardous or dangerous to their health. Apart from Article 24, we have Article 39E and 39F, which says that the tender age of the children should be protected at all costs. Holistic development, a healthy environment should be given to them. Last is Article 45. So in India, we have, as per our constitution, when I talk about Article 39, 45, these are the rights which cannot be enforced in the court of law. They are these rights that are there, that are guidelines to the state. They cannot be enforced. I cannot go to the court stating that my child is not getting compulsory free education. These are just rights and just guidelines for the state to follow. Because Article 45 is just a guideline, Supreme Court made sure and the Indian government made sure via Article 21A that free and compulsory education should be given to each and every child in country. So this is all just, when we look at this side, we have another side, say for example, midday meal scheme. Sometimes in midday meal scheme, due to logistic or administrative problems, the nutritious food that, as we claim, does not reach the children. The nutritional value is somewhere compromised, which gives to their overall development. Apart from that, there is one more issue. Say, for example, we have issue of privatization of education. As in the morning it was pointed out, education is given, but quality education has become inaccessible and it is very difficult. So now forward, Dr. Aruna will emphasize on the various legislations India has and how it has been implementing the international regime.
Thank you. I'm just going to add up to 2 points that my colleagues have already made. These are just a few aspects from the criminal law perspective which has been brought out. But I'll focus on only 3 aspects. One is child marriage. When I say child, how old is a child? Or how young is a child?
18.
So according to this act, it says girls up to the age of 18 and boys up to the age of 21. Ideally in India, for almost all other practical purposes, we consider the age of majority as 18. So now the question is, why are you discriminating between girls and boys? And when I say child marriage, I've put the picture of a child. So how young or how old do you think a child can be married off?
18 plus in our country.
Okay, that is major. Once a vacuum majority. I'm talking about a child. How young do you think the child can be? And in terms of getting married off, in as a case, ideally, yes. No child should be married off. One of the glaring cases that we had, again, I like to bring out the beauty of the harmonious construction which the law, that is the makers of the law, the Supreme Court and the further guidelines have taken is this one case of Banwari Devi. Classically, it is a case of rape. But why she was raped is something that we need to understand. She was a Sathin, that means she was a person who was supposed to stop child marriage. And she happened to stop a child marriage. And when I say child, the child there was a 9-month-old baby, an infant. And this was not long back. So this happened in the year 1992. And because she stopped this marriage of the child, and the child belonged to an upper caste, she was raped, gang raped by 4 men who were belonging to the upper caste. So we are now seeing an issue of a child being married off, which is one law. Rape, which is under the penal code, which is a separate law. We are also talking about a hazard at workplace because it was something that she was doing as part of her work. And hence she was supposed to be protected. So when this case came up, and in the year 1997, the Honorable Supreme Court gave a landmark judgment where they said women at workplace should be protected. And hence, in the year 2013, we also have a law on sexual harassment of women at workplace where they are protected, prevented, and redressed from this particular crime. So you see the beauty of how the law, that is the law in letter and spirit, has been taken over by the Supreme Court in terms of implying it and went beyond the boundaries of only speaking about the letter and spirit and protecting also the people who are involved. So the impact of child marriage is not only on the early growth of the child, but on the holistic view of the country as such. The second law that I'm going to focus on is a common problem across the globe, and I'm sure you also have this. This is the sexual harassment of children. So we have a law here which protects children against offenses with regard to all sexual harassment. And I would like to just draw your attention to the fact that while in the previous legislation, I said girls up to the age of 18 and boys up to the age of 21, here there is no discrimination among the gender. All children up to the age of 18 are protected. So when I say up to, it means 0 to 18. So what it means is that a child who is as young as 1 day can be sexually abused. And till the age of 18, they fall under this act. Now, why this act, though we have an Indian Penal Code, is also because this is a more stringent act. The punishment prescribed here is of a higher term. You can just see the sections only to just draw your attention. Penetrative sexual assault, penetration of the organ of the perpetrator into the victim. The section 5 talks about aggravated penetrative assault. Again, if you see section 7 is sexual assault, section 9 is aggravated sexual assault. And then we come to sexual harassment, which is the core of that particular legislation. So now what is the difference between section 3, section 5, section 7, and section 9? So what is this aggravating factor? Again, the beauty of law is that the makers of law understood the spirit with which this law had to be made. Imagine a child. A child reposes a lot of care and a lot of trust in its parents, the near and dear ones. So when I say aggravated, what it means is the child has been violated sexually by a person who ideally the child trusts. So in this case, police officers or people who are taking care of them, like when they go to a daycare center or something like that, if that person violates, or if some of the family members, because these are again the cases where in most of the POCSO cases, you can find that it is somebody who is within the family or who's well known to the child who violates the child. So imagine the amount of trauma that the child is going to go through and its impact in terms of trusting people in the future. So the odd sections in between, that is section 4, section 6, section 8, section 10, speaks about the punishment which is prescribed for these offences. The last one that I would like to just touch upon is Juvenile Justice Act. I only brought out the object of the act here. So while we're talking about prevention, this is one act which talks about rehabilitation. Because the child's future, yes, the child has committed an offense. It might have done so under various circumstances, social stigma, whatever. But then the protection has to be in such a way that it is not retributive, but reformative. So when the child comes back into the society, it comes out as a better human being. And I'll take one line from what Sir spoke in the morning in terms of spiritual intelligence. I think with that spiritual intelligence, when the child is going to come back into the society, it's going to make the society a much better place for that child, as well as the society on the whole, rather than looking at the child only as a criminal. That's from the law perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aruna, Mr. Akanksha, Ms. Akanksha, and Arvind. Very comprehensive presentation of various acts and various sections and other things. Really, we have I should say, a comprehensive view of the Indian law that is really, protecting the being, and definitely it gives you an ample opportunity for others to know whether such provisions do exist in their country or not. Actually, thank you. In a very short time, I think it was. I should say that is what was included was necessary. What was not needed was not included. Actually, that way, I think you made a very good presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Now the next presentation is by Ms. N.W. Vipla from Sri Lanka. While the file being uploaded, in case if there are any questions, meantime, now we can just have one or two questions.
I know it's a policy related matters. It's policy is different from each country, but just want you to know, like in our country, we have United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. They give awareness on the child abuse, that I just want to know in the child care center, especially in India. In the news also, we see lots of child abuse and all that in India and other parts of South Asia countries. So it's mentioned the crime, but I have not seen exactly that kind of awareness is given to the child care schools, because I have a friend who runs, I'll not name the state, because they still don't know what is the UNESCO and that child crime is actually. So they are not aware of the law, it seems. So what exactly, how exactly you're going about, if you can just throw some light on that.
What we do here is that as part of the Act itself, it has been prescribed that there has to be sensitization sessions. So each of these organizations or institutions, wherever there is a child care which is required, they are supposed to be aware of this. Other than that, we also conduct, again, as part of School of Law, we have a legal services clinic. So through this clinic, we go and impart education, and we go and train students as well. We also have, as part of school's curriculum itself, sometimes they have these small videos of good touch and bad touch. So that's something which again, children are made aware of. What we also need to understand is that a lot of children are not able to come out of the very fact that, they have been violated. They're not able to express themselves. So a lot of programs, along with the psychological counselors, is taken up where children are shown dolls or toys, and they said, okay, so which part was touched? So where did you feel violated? That is from the sensitization perspective. From the law perspective, yes, I do agree there's a small lethargy. That's again from an implementation perspective. Because strict norms or penalties have not been levied in terms of people not adhering to these sensitization sessions. But yes, like you said, so this will be an arena for us to take back to our policymakers as well, saying that maybe a stricter policy in implementing all this will give us a better result.
Let me just add to what Dr. Aruna said. UNODC has an office in India also, just as it does in other South Asian countries. UNODC's mandate is slightly different. And to be very frank, UNODC comes with its own agenda.
Yes.
I think all countries in the global South should look at UN agencies with some degree of circumspection, because all of them bring a lot of baggage. But that said, I think in India, the broad approach has been the following. One is, if it's a crime against a child, then it's covered under POCSO, the POCSO Act, which Dr. Aruna very eloquently explained. On that, there are adequate safeguards provided, and there is a formal process by which, through legal clinics, through other means, awareness is created, as well as quick response is made. But the bigger problem really is when, as she pointed out, in most countries across the world, not just in South Asia, I think child abuse comes from people that the child trusts the most. It's usually from family members or close friends or community members. Now, India has tried two things. One is it has, as she pointed out, come out with a lot of material for creating awareness. They follow a 3A approach: awareness, advocacy, and action. First, create awareness in the community. Then you build advocacy support for a particular cause, and then initiate action. And the key element in this, and this is something on which we have been very successful, India has been very successful in stopping these kinds of, or at least mitigating child abuse cases. That is constituting community-based institutions or committees. See, every creche in India has what is called an Anganwadi Samiti, where you have representatives from the community, elders from the community, parents from the community, and so on, who are sensitized to what they should look for. Typically, what happens is when the child abuse case occurs, for the child to begin to manifest, symptoms of abuse, it takes a little while. But it's very important for the parent or the teacher to be able to identify why a particular child has suddenly gone into a shell, or is not able to communicate, or suffers panic attacks, or fear, anxiety, depression, and so on. I think a lot of work is happening in that field, including by our own medical college and the psychotherapy side of our medical college. But I think it's a problem that you have flagged, which really requires a very strong community response.
So can I just raise a question? So you are having all this. Has child abuse reduced in the country with the law and awareness and everything? Has it come?
Yeah, I think most definitely yes, because at least in overt criminal cases of child offenses against children, you find that there is a trend of greater awareness, and therefore greater preventive action and quicker action against the offenders. But what is challenging in looking at data on crime is that there is a police station, let's say, which is reporting only 10 cases. And that sub-inspector is awarded prize for the lowest number of cases. But it might well be that cases are not being reported. There may be another police station where 100 cases are reported. You should commend that sub-inspector because he has actually been able to file FIRs and prosecute or start the process of investigation. So it's a very difficult, problem, public policy problem. And how do you judge the occurrence of the incidence of crime? Whether a district reporting very low crime is necessarily a low crime district or not is open to question. Let me explain. I'll take half a minute to explain this. See, we had a new police commissioner join in Delhi, being the capital. And in his first meeting, he told his station house officers, there were 100 odd police stations or whatever, he told all of them that regardless of the crime, however small it is, you must register a first information report and see that it is recorded. The moment he ordered that, there was a sudden sharp increase in crimes reported in Delhi. This police commissioner, everybody thought was failing in his work because he was not performing well. When the previous police commissioner was there, the crimes were much less. Suddenly this chap has come, crimes have gone up, which was not the case. He was actually ensuring zero tolerance towards crime. So it's a very difficult public policy challenge. But to answer your question, yes, there is definitely greater awareness among the parents, among the general public, as well as in the schools and colleges, that they must be sensitive to observing a child's behavior to recognize whether that child is under some stress.
Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Good afternoon to all. Today we are going to discuss about children. As we said, that there is no strength. The only development of muscles, motor skills and fine motor skills there. Both these motor skills are different from each other but are closely linked together.
Presentation mode alaki.
Yeah, we will see what is the gross motor skills. Gross motor skills activities are activities involving large muscles. That we will see. What about fine motor skills? Fine motor skills are activities involving small muscles of the hand. Fine motor skills require coordinating movements of the hands, fingers with the eyes. This is called hand-eye coordination. Okay. I would like to ask you about the position of your fingers that help in these activities. What is the position? Could you please hold your hand like this? Then you can see the other fingers. This position is help us to do gross and motor activities. Thank you. Then, please, two more please. Could you please keep the water bottle? Then also, what is the position of your fingers?
Same as the direction of the fingers.
And then you are using your thumb like this and other fingers like this. Then
Yes, I'm using my thumb.
Yeah, you are using your thumb and other one finger. This is fine.
Motor skills.
I think you like shake hand your friend next to you. Eat. About Tuesday. Big top, especially big top. Like this. Like this, or? No, they are your big top is perpendicular to the other toes. Then kind of walk properly. No, no. Then, but our close relations, aunties, keep aunties, they have
Positive drugs. Your name would be.
yeah. We can't walk properly, but we can walk like chimpanzee or run and faster. Yes. Then our ancestors always work hard work with their hands. Then their brain was developed. Then hand was then brain developed. Then brain developed. It was hand work developed. What is this? It is evolution. Transdarwin. It is evolution. So we have to develop motor skills and fine motor skills of our children. Like this, sometimes we always try to stop it. Don't do that. Don't climb a tree. It's dangerous. Then always we say, don't. Then they become rich babies. Then they become in future what babies? Aunt babies. Activities, special kids. Then I think my friend, she will decide how to do that.
Fine motor skills are exactly important as children need to do many schools related and other daily tasks, such as drawing and colors, tearing papers, crushing papers, using scissors, using clay, and daily tasks like brushing teeth, tying shoes, lace, getting their own dresses. Fine motor skills require the child to manage his hands with full strength. Then we'll discuss way to we will discuss way to improve the child gross motor skills. Get the child moving and encourage him in more physical activities. Encourage the child to use new equipment when going to park and play area, like swing, monkey spark, kind frame, slides, kicking, catching and throw. Encourage children, different animals racing by pretending to those animals like bunny race, frog race, and etc. Next, we will see what are the ways to improve the child fine motor skills. Help with meals, getting dressed their own, drawing and painting, practicing cutting with scissors, and sand playing and water playing. Say a song generator will be born in the future.
Sir, come here.
Sorry for the disturbance.
Thank you.
Okay.
Another 5-10 minutes.
Thank you for good illustration also. The next speaker will be Mr. Monbir Saki from Bhutan.
From my side, good afternoon. I just want to wake up and stand up and myself. I want to speak. I stand at 9:30. That he wants us to speak.
9:30.
Sure. I as a proprietor and director of my, so that's on behalf of my country manager, I would like to highlight what are the points that I want to speak about my countries and what are the things that are we are challenging getting skill by our government in our ECCD center. So,
why don't you sit down and speak?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to say on my language, national language, there is a saying that Chungu Gale Hinton Mazana, Kepedilu Kepagale, Kayamal Hinton Sejua, Sasimepe Galeke. I will translate it to from childhood itself. If we do not study when we are becoming old age, we do not know anything else. And if we do not sow the seed on the ground, it will not germinate and give a good fruit. Because of that, from that side point of view, we need as a human being, from the childhood itself, we need a education to fruit ourselves, to give a fruit to other generation. So that based on that, I prepare a full form of preschool because we learn from the preschool to college, university, and even we did till our lifetime, we did our PhD and all. Preschool, I create myself a full form. PRE means anybody wants to try preschool. Full form of full form of school. Anybody want to try? Pre means preparing for learning, right education. P for preparing for learning, R for right, E for education. And school means SCHOOL, 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 school means studies can help our own life. Studies can help our own life. From this point of view, we are studying for not others' purpose. It will help in our own life. So that based on that, we have to think to nurture small children to skilling themselves to from the pre-birth itself. They, as a child, as we are also born, we learn from crying stage to day by day. We learn, and when you are enrolled in the center, we learn by playing different kind of skills, and we started our primary education by ABCD, and we nurture ourselves to be a high school level, college level, university level, and we are creating educated, and we have to know ourselves what are the things in a right educated way to make ourselves what the children needs, and they become like us, a fruitful person when they are grown up. And there is in our country, there is a training based on ECCD training given by government. That is called Damsi. Damsi means, in our national language, Damsi means love and affection. We have to give a love and affection to the children so that they can be a love and whatever we taught to the children, they pick up because they pick up the habit. If the parents are different one, they can pick up the habit of parents. If the teacher are different one, they can pick up the habit of different teachers, because teachers should be a good person who can give a nurture, who can give a right basic education from the childhood itself. And parents, a teacher are the second parents, so that parents should guide them, teachers should guide them to make them aware a good citizen in the future, so that when we give a good skill to the children, we have to make them first, we have to make them love and affection. Love and affection, how to care themselves, how to give a polite talks. If we speak to the children rough and tough, that children will pick up rough and tough talks from next day onwards. If we talk a polite one by saying good morning, most welcome, please, may I come in? If we start from the small itself, it will nurture themselves and they can become a good person when they are grow up. Because habitual should be come from the small childhood itself. Childhood itself. And when the childhood itself, when they are learn, when they became a good person and lovable person in the society. When the society, when they are became a fruitful in the society, they became one of the leaders of the national leader as well as the international leader who can give a shelter to the community, and they became a whole community look at the leader, so that to make the good leader in the future, as my His Majesty says that in our language, in our national language, my beloved king says that dari nabagi nasin is nabagi gotep means dari nabagi nasin is nabagi gotep means present days youth are the future's leader. Always my His Majesty beloved king used to inspire the citizen, and every youth are the leader of tomorrow. And to make the fruitful leader in future, we have to make a good good from the beginning. And another thing is Dakso. Dakso means disabilities. Dakso means in our national language, Dakso in disabilities. We got a training, even my wife got a training about the Dakso, and this both training Damsi and Dakso, love and affection, and Dakso means disabilities. These disabilities means we have to, because they born because of by their own faith, they born as a disabilities. Even if my child born as a disabilities, I cannot ignore, because they are also human being. When we care, when we love the disabled children, and when we make them to skill, because when I was a guest in the Bhagat University, I gave a presentation, I guess speak about the talent development. Every person have a talent development. Even small children have their talent. Even different children have their talent. Every individual people have our own talent, because when we see the children's talent, when we see our own talent, and even disability have their own talent to survive in the life, and to make them awareness, to make them a good human being, we have to teach them a basic skilling program by showing them a good way, by teaching them by showing a good map to the their life, what they want, and what are the, we have to know that what type of interest that disability children are making themselves interest to learn the skills, so that we have to focus on the disability student to learn that particular skill, and they will be skillful and they become on themselves and fit in the society. And we have training. We have a training on basic education, which are the basic ECCD education given by government to the facilitator, which is basically handling a children in a good manner, so that I might be run out of time. So I would like to conclude here with giving a good opportunity to speak on behalf of Bhutan delegation. Thank you all, and Karinche Tasidele.
Thank you. The next presentation is from Ms. Prem Kumari Patautuki from Nepal.
Namaste. I'm a visual learner, but today I'm going to present a talk presentation, so I'm sorry for that. Somehow I will try my best to engage you, so that if you are auditory learner, you are automatically engaged, there is no worry. But if you are visual and kinesthetic learner, bear me for a time. I will try my best to involve in that activity. So since my talk presentation is based upon two basic things, and I will be talking about a gap that I see as a challenge for ECT practitioners, and leaders, and then the innovative pedagogy that I'm taking it as a solution of the problems. It is said, a broken man need no repairment if the child is well taken care of. So this is again how we make a child grow. I'm so much agreed with the presentation of Sri Lanka and then Bhutan that one child and one child. We don't want that kind of children in near future. And for that, it is really important to work for ECD. We call it ECD, Early Childhood Development in Nepal. And talking about the policy of Nepal in ECD, it was under the program of EFA in 2004, the curriculum, the first curriculum of ECD was developed. And then later, there are two more documents from government that supports ECD in Nepal. One is the standard of ECD centers. So like how the center should look like, or what is the basic criteria to be a center. And the next is a strategy for ECD practitioners, and it is for holistic development. So till now, there are three strong documents that help ECD practitioners and leaders to work in the field of ECD. And then talking about gap and solution. I have been like, it is my area of interest. That's how my institute and my team is working on. Gap, I have seen that why we ECD teachers are having problem, it's because of a gap. And where is the gap? The three major areas. One, in education system itself. It is so good to know and get to connected with universities in this seminar, that universities are taking interest in ECD study, because there is a huge gap. I also struggle a lot during my university level that ECD was not well recognized in Nepal's top universities. And it was like after struggling a lot, now they have introduced 1 year ECD in masters. So that I found is a great achievement for the leaders like us who are working in ECD field. So there is a ECD curriculum which is completely unknown by university students. It is so. It was so pretty to know that very basic things that we practice in ECD is a new thing for the university's people. I mean, why this is a gap between the education system. So there is one gap, and the next gap is parents in the school. The child is there, the child is a common point, parents are connected to the children, teachers are connected to the children, there is no well communication between parents, or let's say community. parent is just a representative and a school. Then it is like there is no common or mutual understanding or common activities together with parents, communities, with the school. And the next and the topmost gap is policy and the practice. It's like from the top to bottom of it. That is what we are applying. So there are people who make policy. And this is really a good platform to raise this question because it is a good, group of people who are from policy level to who are universities level and who are from practitioners level. So it is like the policy is there, but without taking any help or support or consent of the practitioners. So, and that policy we need to practice in the lower level. So why not from down to top? Why not those practitioners who are working in practice level can be a part of policy making? So our concern is let's have a decentralization approach. That's what we discussed in the morning also. No? The centralized, if it is centralized, then it needs specific people to take decisions. But decentralization gives power to everyone to take decision as per their need, as per their requirement. So these three gaps which I would like to apply here. And then one more thing, how can we reduce this gap with a small exercises? Can you show me 2 fingers of a piece? Okay, let's have, oh, I have to share lots of things, let's have a quick. So these 2 fingers represents food and the children. Can you tell me how can you mix them up together? How can you bring them together? No, they should not, they should be together because they are 2 different parts of the community. So how can you bring them together? How can you join them together? You want? Okay. This. You need a third line to join. And who works as a third line? This is the policy maker. This is the leaders. This is the community. This is the family. Then only a triangle is complete. Then only a holistic development approach is complete. We have been talking so much about teacher, student, but ignoring this parents. So, and then this is again, because I find I can't blame policy makers people that why don't they make policy as per our need, or I can't blame family, why don't they do as per our need. It is again I am the strongest person. I am the boss of myself. I am the only one who can get the solution. And I is a teacher. I is a practitioner. It is that's why we started working on I, like a teacher's professional development program. How can we work to help the teachers, to support the teachers to be, in a position where she or he is able to solve the problems. So that we did a very small social experiment recently when we had a campus tour. So do you remember what we did? Does anyone? So we were 2 groups sitting in that vehicle. One group was in one vehicle and another was in another vehicle. And then we moved around after a pause. And then we went and then we had to come back again. And by purposely, I changed the vehicle. I was not in the vehicle where I was sitting, I changed it. And suddenly the whole crowd was like, which one is Sabu's? I think she's mistaken. Where we sit? So, this is a very simple example. Actually, this is a problem that we get in our daily life, which we deal with the children. And then later, it was decided wherever you want, you can sit. I mean, situational problems can be solved. And this technique comes when we think out of the box. We are so straightforward. The teacher, as a teacher, we are so straightforward. We just do what we have been told. We don't want to go out of the box. We don't want to go out of the track. So once we start learning how to think out of the box, I think all the problems are solved. And then the rest of them are like, we don't have to be dependent on them to come and solve our problems. So it is again, how you think is the important part of the learning and teaching. And this is create the solution of problems, all the problems. So for now, let's do a very small experiment again now. So you can make a group of 3 of us sitting together. You see a water bottle in front of you. Can you Can you construct something with the help of the things which are in front of you? You can make a group of 3 or 4 together. You can work together. Okay. Yes. So yeah, maybe by the count of 10, I may feel I have to take 10, 9, 8,
This very bottle is out.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5, and 1, and then 0. So
Yeah.
do you like to have a look around your
Yes.
around that how it looks like? So can you tell me who has got the best one, best version of the construction?
Everyone has.
All of us. Was there an instruction that you have to
No.
do the best one?
No.
You just do it whatever in front of you. Every creation is as beautiful as you have.
Very true.
Yeah. So
Very good.
it's like this is again our mindset that we set an invitation that it should look like in this way, or it should have a construction in this. So once we understand that every creation or everything can be done openly, freely, I really hate instructions actually. I really work in a freedom way. So when you think and you see the same instruction was given to every, but a different framework has come, different construction has come. It means that everyone has their own idea. Everyone has their own creativity. Everyone has their own innovations. So if you respect everybody's innovation, if you respect everybody's creativity, the learning would be more wonderful and it will be easier for us as an ECD educator to handle the students from different backgrounds, of different natures or different capabilities. So this is what I would like to say. There is always a gap that was as a challenge, but there is always innovative ideas that help us to solve the problem. So let's be focused on innovative.
Thank you. It's a good one, actually.
Short and crisp.
Yes. So good to know that, ECCD is a part of the university curriculum.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you. The last speaker for today is Sumanta Kumari Marsinge from Sri Lanka.
What? Okay, she coordinated with the co-presenter, so hers is done. Yeah.
It's done.
Thank you. That just like in the morning session also, that is in the afternoon session after lunch also, we had really diversity and at the same time all directed towards ECCD, what can write from psychology to law to motor skills. It was a very, I think, informative and pleasant presentation from all of you. With these remarks now, may I before and conclude.
Thank you, sir. I'll very quickly focus on 3 or 4 issues which are maybe relevant to all of us in terms of the public policy implications for ECCD. I'll start with, pointing out it would be good for all of us to adopt the term differently abled rather than disabled. When we refer to children who are differently abled, or we can call them special children, but we never call them disabled children. They are not disabled. As you yourself pointed out, they have some talent, some ability, but they are just different from others. So that's one. Second is from a nutrition perspective, in early childhood care, we all know how malnutrition manifests in terms of stunting, wasting, and underweight children. But the real challenge, both from a data science perspective as well as a policy intervention perspective, is we have not been able to answer the question, when does malnutrition set in? Let me specify this. let's assume that two children are born in the same circumstances, in the same village or town, in similar families. Why is it that one child becomes malnourished and the other does not? And if we are able to identify when during the 0 to 3-year age group, the highest propensity for malnutrition sets in, then we will be able to focus our attention or intervention response. I say this because we've done a lot of research, and this is one data science problem which we need to address. The second is, for all of us, a common problem in households, there is a sedentary bias. Certainly in India, I'm not sure about the other countries, but I'm sure it's similar in other countries, if not the same. There is a sedentary bias, gender bias against the girl child. In a family, for instance, it's the men who eat first and then the women folk eat. Or the girl child, if there is less food, or if there's less money, you send the son to school, but you don't decide not to send the girl child to school. This is something that can only be addressed through very strong 3A approach that I spoke about: awareness, advocacy, and action. The third is that we must answer the question, why is it that there are poor learning outcomes in early childhood education? When I speak of poor learning outcomes, the specific problem, public policy problem is it because of my poor teaching, or is it because the child's poor learning? And if it's both, then how do we address these two separate questions? Finally, I just want to make a point on the importance of law in development. Development is a process which can be enabled significantly through the influence of law and its impact. And in the presentation that the law school people made, one thing unique about India, actually two features. One is that we have a very strong public interest litigation process in India. That is, any public citizen who finds that even if there is, let's say, a problem which is of public interest, she or he can go to the court and ask for a writ of mandamus or a direction to that authority to ensure that that rights-based entitlement is fulfilled. And unless we encourage more and more people to go in public interest litigation, to bring pressure on the government, many of these problems cannot be addressed. The second is, why did public interest litigation start growing in India? Because we have a very strong free legal services focus. You know, by the Constitution, we are required to create free legal services cells. So even our law school has a free legal services center, clinic, which provides free legal service support to anybody who comes to us. You know, so these are things which we should build on together. And once again, thank you all of you for the excellent presentations. Certainly, I have learned a lot this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Kadami sir, for accepting our request for chairing both the sessions, technical sessions. We also like to thank Vicharan sir for bringing out points to reflect and think so that we all can work together in future in these different areas. We also like to thank all the presenters, delegates present here today for their brilliant presentations. We will obviously combine our PPTs and we will share with the countries, and similarly, I request everyone to please hand over their PPTs to us. That is a great learning experience for us also about our different countries. On behalf of School of Social Sciences here also, we welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rena sir, for accepting our request to chair the valedictory session now. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank
you
you very much, Dr. Thank you.
So I request sir to please share his views, address the delegates that are present here as part of a valedictory session. After which I will also request sir to kindly hand over the mementos on behalf of RUAS to our international delegates. I will then request all the delegates to please come here When sir is handing over the mementos, we also have photos for you all. Individually, I'll call out the names. So we will have the session here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aradhana. Thank you very much. Namaste and good evening to all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to see that, in this auditorium today, we have wonderful people, beautiful people, and people who have a vision and commitment for the cause, for which they have left the comfort zone of their own country and come here to be amongst us whole day at Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences. In the morning session at the inaugural function, after listening to the Honorable President, Mr. Janaka, about the goals that you are setting it for yourselves and the countries, and listening to our Honorable Chancellor, that how Ramaiah University is committed, not only a subset, but as a nation, how India is committed to take care. And he has given us the responsibility of the elderly brother's role. I am also elder in my family. I have a sister and a brother. I think I mentor them. I think India has a significant role in that direction to mentor each one. But I know the diversity with which you have come. I had a pleasure of visiting to Kathmandu, a beautiful country, the beautiful landscapes. And you have a twin sister from, yes, I think that's why you are opposite to each other. You did not align on the same platform, isn't it? So Bhutan is also a very beautiful place. I didn't go to Maldives, but I'm sure your presence here is going to make me feel that let us plan a visit to your country too. A culmination and integration of 5 countries of South Asia and Bangladesh, despite that they tried to come to be with us, they could not make it, but COVID taught us many lessons. Well-ended mode of conferencing, well-ended mode of reaching is also possible. In that context, I would say it is a great day for Ramaiah University that we are hosting each one of you. Once again, heartiest greetings to you for making it to be with us whole day, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. 22nd is here, 21st was where? And where is going to be 23rd? We are at the center. Yes. And the center, you put something which you sandwich. It's very, very close to your heart. Like toast.
It becomes a cheese.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Dr. Putra. You see, you consider us, we are soft like butter. Between the 2 hard toasts that you take out of the toaster. And when it comes the burger, the sandwich, yes, you add different colors to it, different species to it, different spices to it. I think that is the privilege I take at the valedictory section. I'm sure that we came to up to the expectations with which you thought that you will be with us at Ramaiah. Ramaiah is a laboratory in itself again. The learning, I am here for the last 2 years as the Vice Chancellor of this university. Before that, I worked at different institutions, and the learning that I brought from those institutions, I am trying to put them in this laboratory. That can we make a difference felt? And I see that difference is going to be there. Otherwise, it becomes monotonous. In the differentiation, I'd say that to each one of you, that Ramaiah University has 13 faculties, and we offer 120 programs, 40 at the undergraduate level and 80 at the postgraduate level. If you look at the specializations, except agriculture, we have all culture here. We have not tried to explore the agriculture as on date. I'm sure that it feeds us, it gives us life. And remember going to the Bhutan, the landscapes that you have to go up, and it is never ending. And similarly for Nepal, you go up, see surroundings, landscapes, you get enriched. I have seen Maldives through certain TV serials, couple of pictures. I think when you swim in the deep seas, you get the real feel of Himalayas and the oceans. I think that is what the diversity we bring in South Asia. We are enriched people, we are connected. It may not be the first relation or second relation, but if you look at the genetic engineering of each one of us, I think there may be a DNA which has brought us all together. And in future too, I foresee that, this integration is going to help. You have chosen the theme about the childhood, early child, development and care or development, which comes first? I think it is the mother who comes first, right? Because mother is the first teacher of the child. That's what we have been taught in the schools. And I think I have been looking at myself, my siblings, my children, the family too, the role that mother plays. But it is a lot of loving in it. So love is very much needed. Affection is very much needed. But my brothers here, gentlemen, you also play a very significant role in the development of a child. So mother and father, parenthood is very much significant. We in this part of the Asia, were great at one point of time, and we talk of the legacy of centuries that we were great. But if you look at the human index, human happiness index today, probably we are not rated at that place. The question comes, who rates us? And is this rating normalized? Who has standardized this rating? Does the developed world always say we are the best? I remember my father this time, he used to say, his father, my grandfather was born in third world. My father also born in third world. I am also born in third world. My children born in third world because they are all born in India. And my grandchildren born in third world. Who has defined what is first world, what is second world, and what is third world? Sure. Isn't it? I think I try to find it. As a researcher, as a student, I could not find an apt definition. But I always felt that the human index, the confidence with which we are, I always feel that we belong to the first world. We have defined it. And if you look at the human history, ages, I think the Asia has been the torch bearer, and Africa too. Both our continents, among the 7 continents, Asian continent and the African continent, has been the torch bearer. If you look at the reports that are published now, who invented the first wheel which made us to fly, which made us to move our block carts? I think it has come from somewhere, either Asia or Africa. I will give credit to both the continents because both of them start with A. Fine. And A is the first alphabet when you look at the English. And in Hindi, we say So we are the first ones, right? So friends, you have chosen the right theme, the right topic. A couple of reports that have come over the years because of the social media awareness, because of proactive electronic media, proactive many medias, there is no end to it. If I put it sleeping 8, it becomes infinity, right? So there are infinite proposals today, this. It always puts Asia in particular in a different zone. Poverty, trafficking, all that. It doesn't mean that these things are not happening, but I think our visibility is dominating there. So is it genuine or not? I think if some research can be further looked into it, and I'm confident the results will not be as bad as it is projected. So each one of us are responsible for it. Is it poverty? Is it upbringing? Is it care of the child? I think there could be many, if I start drawing the matrix of all that, I think there will be so many columns and rows which will remain unfilled because of the lack of knowledge, because of our myopic view, this or that. So in that context, I appeal to you all. You are doing a human service for society. A big tree starts from a small seed, and the seed is the small child, which has great expectations. When this child is born, he doesn't know where I'm going. I think it is the mother, the parentalhood, and the nation who holds the hand of this little child, makes them to walk miles, miles, and miles. And that is how we have grown. I'm sure the society is growing in that context too. So your roles are very, very significant. We appreciate, and my salute to each one of you for making it possible to work. But that's not the end of it. I would say every day starts with a new beginning. When you came this morning here, there was an aspiration. You had imagined something. And I'm sure there are going to be the parameters on the basis of which you will achieve the success in that. Aspire, imagine, and achieve. In this imaginary role, I would say that your role as a brand ambassadors for this is very significant, very important. But let's try to create a medium, both media as well as medium, which percolates down to the ground level. We are fortunate that we are in one of the best cities in India, Bengaluru. But if you go 100 kilometers left to right, you will see it's not Bengaluru. And go beyond 50 kilometers, you will come across different things. Not that they don't want to improve. Probably there are certain constraints. Could be confidence in the individual, could be the financial constraints, and sometimes the hand holding by us. If you as the brand ambassadors can try to have 5 people from your own country, from your own group, or your contemporaries, so 5 becomes 25, and this 25 becomes 225. Can we create that ecosystem in our society so that we reach each one of them? We are blessed we got knowledge. We are blessed that our parents supported us. We are blessed that our nation supported us. But what about those people who do not have the parents? Who's caring for them? We always believe there's Almighty God, right? But God helps those who help themselves too. So God reaches everyone, but in our shape, in our physique, in our thought process, there is the wisdom. There is that spark which is given by the God. Help them, help them. We have a long way to go. When we look at the population domains, I think certain figures are very, very alarming, which we had not seen in Asia in particular. Single mother, single father, neither mother nor father. Who's going to take care of them? And we have not created that number of orphanages in this country or in many countries where from you all have come, which will take care of those. Can we contribute financially? And more than financial contributions, it is the love, the care, the hand holding, and holding their finger, come on with us. I was in Manchester in UK as a student, and we used to have a department for special studies. Now, when we talked about these disabilities, it is not that someone wanted to be disabled or it is born like that. No, it is not a wish. There are certain reasons, biological and others too. So therefore, I had a couple of friends there. They used to say, our professor asks us to do a lot of analytics. What are the reasons for it? The School of Special Disabilities, can we also create such things? As a part of Ramaiah system, I would say that our promoters, Honorable Chancellor, has a great vision. That is how we talked of creating the School of Social Sciences, the School of the Directorate of Ramaiah Public Policy Center and others. I think it is in that context we want to network with each one of you, and there are ample opportunities. In my own capacity, not as the Vice Chancellor, but as a well-wisher, and who believes in humanity at large, I think if there are some possibilities of sharing the thought process between you and us, what could be the best platform to share the knowledge? If I help you, I would say I will sleep well that night. If not, probably my sleep will get disturbed. Each one of us are with a mission, we have a vision, and that is how we make not only the South Asia enriched, but the humanity enriched. And where is God? God is in each one of us, whatever shape it may be. Let us try to put our efforts together, and each one of us from this biggest continent, I don't know whether it is still biggest or not, but if you look at Asia, combined China and India population, all populations are getting with 8 billion people around. I think we constitute the biggest segment of that. So I appeal to you all, let's work cohesively. And as far as the Ramaiah University is concerned, now I will speak as Vice Chancellor. Whatever facilities, whatever help, whatever support from faculty, from students you need from time to time, we will be always at your doorstep to extend our helping hand to help the people who need us. And with these words, once again, I welcome you, and I look forward as a member of this association, as a member of this community. Please keep me also in your email loop. I don't sleep before I check the mail. Vivekananda had said, don't sleep till you achieve the goal. And my goal every day as the administrator is clear all mails and then sleep. So that by the time I get up in the morning, I start checking the other mails. So keep me in that loop of yourself. Let's make this world peaceful. Let's make this world beautiful and help the nature in achieving what you always talk of, the sustainable goals of the United Nations, and United Nations unites us all together. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for the insightful address. You have touched upon crucial aspects. I'm sure all of us have a lot to take home, reflect, and turn them into action.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, with these claps, it tempts me to say, we offer PhD programs. We also offer various programs, right? And as I know, SAR countries are doing so much for its own people. Can India, and our Prime Minister is a visionary man, but can we put some proposals together between your countries and our countries? Mutual exchange. It could be for a year, it could be for 6 months, it could be for 3 months. We always support it. It's Mr. Butcher and Mr. Dr. Kadambi, and with the blessings of our chairman, I think there are possibilities. Come here, spend 3 months, explore India. I was in Germany, I think, they have such projects. They send people to different parts. Who writes books? Who writes history? I think it doesn't come, it doesn't evolve overnight. I think there's a lot of research that goes into it. I appeal to you all with you in your presidency, if in next 6 months, we can try to collaborate between some good institutions, I'm sure Ramaiah will be there. Not the last alphabet, but the first alphabet. Thank you very much.
In fact, with the permission of the Vice Chancellor, may I suggest 2 or 3 ideas to take this forward? I don't think we should leave this dialogue only as a one-day round table, but try and institutionalize it. One is that we could seriously consider partnering with, we would be happy to partner with the association, so the South Asia Association, of which you are the president, sir, to organize an annual conference in the university here on the subject of ECCD.
Yeah.
And, we could make it a schedule. Like, that could be something that we could consider. The second thing, as Honorable VC said, we will be happy to get some of you as scholars in residence. We have the Ramaiah Public Policy Center. If you want to come here, do research for 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, we'll be very happy to have you as scholars in residence. The details can be worked out. In fact, we do have a lot of foreign scholars in residence here. Recently, in fact, we have a Japanese scholar who has come. He's attached to our management school and he's working on it. Number 3, in the key areas of public policy, we have a very strong public policy school. And in the area of early childhood care and development, there are some specific needs that different countries probably have. We could independently, one-on-one, take forward some of these ideas on how we might collaborate. We will use this forum as, of course, we will send, we have 2 young interns, Shreya and Pragya. You can just stand up. These 2 bright young undergrads, they have been the rapporteurs today. They've been sitting quietly and working very hard, recording everything that everybody has said. So we will make a report and send it to you. Let's give them a round of applause. They have been quietly good. So for your considerations, that some of these ideas we can take forward.
Yeah. Especially I want to thanks for all the, I think this is a good start. Yeah.
Yes, Aradhana.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of RUAS, we would like to now hand over and present mementos as token of memories of this wonderful day that made us think a lot. In fact, we all are mentally in one zone where we really want to think about these topics and issues that were raised today so that we can constructively come together and work and bring about concrete solutions to the common challenges faced in the region. So I request, I will be reading out the names of the delegates, the list that I have. I request the delegates to please come near the dais. I request our Chancellor, our VC sir, to please hand over the mementos to our delegates. Thank you, sir. So please, I request sir to please hand over the memento to Mr. Janaka to begin with. He's the president of this association from Sri Lanka.
अब इधर है backdrop will be just right. अब इधर है.
So you want to cover this whole?
Mr. Prabhat, sir, guest of honor.
These two people are very important in men's life. Photographer. The barber. You ask this way. Can't say no.
And famous, sir?
Miss K.D. Vatsala Prasangini from Sri Lanka. Hi. Miss Chandrani Gunasinghe from Sri Lanka. Miss C.P. Priyanvada Pereira from Sri Lanka. Mr. K.D. Sinidu Shanta from Sri Lanka. Miss H.A. Sashika Shereen from Sri Lanka.
Yes. And you have been sitting for a long time.
Yes, needed a walk.
Miss N.W. Vipla from Sri Lanka. Miss N.W. Chinta from Sri Lanka. Mrs. Lakmali from Sri Lanka. Miss Fatima from Sri Lanka. Miss Shazna from Sri Lanka. Miss Shazna from Sri Lanka. Miss Rizwana from Sri Lanka. Mrs. Samantha from Sri Lanka. Mrs. Shever from Sri Lanka. Surani from Sri Lanka. Miss M.Z. Fatima from Sri Lanka. Now I request delegates from Bhutan, Mr. Jamsho from Bhutan. Ms. Sharing from Bhutan. Ms. Nirmala from Bhutan. Ms. Punjan from Bhutan. Mr. Monveer from Bhutan. Ms. Kanjur from Bhutan.
The pictures are so short. Am I supposed to take a picture? Yes.
I invite Ms. Prem Kumari from Nepal. We also have a delegate from Maldives. We invite the delegates from Maldives.
Yes, very true. Very true.
Ms. Rifta from Maldives.
You visit our countries.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Mesa from Maldives. Ms. Abhinath from Maldives. Ms. Aminat Shahida from Maldives. Aminat Kusama from Maldives. Ms. Sama Adnan from Maldives.
Just picture her. It's straight there. That's it.
Ms. Mariam Hassan from Maldives. Dr. Dheeraj sir, advisor of South Asian Institute.
Are all inspirational facts quite loud before.
All of us need to thanks to Dr. Dheeraj Mahatra, but
Thank you so Dr. Dheeraj, like to honor dignitaries of RUAS. There's something.
Yeah. Small. No. Thank you very much for your
Thank you so much, one and all. The latest conference, a great success. We look forward for future collaborations and partnerships to take forward this area, this crucial theme that we discussed today. We assure you that we will be in touch with each and every delegate of the nations that are present here, and RUAS will be more than happy to work, collaborate, and to take forward things from here. So thank you so much for taking out time. Thank you, dignitaries, for taking out time and accepting our request and being part of this conference. Now, I request everyone to head to the outside quadrangle. We have a tea and snacks arranged for everyone. So I request everyone to be there.
Yes. And to the great soul behind it, this is toilet.
To share with my
Yeah.
colleague, Dr. Anand. Helped me a lot in this.
Very good.
So request everyone, please head to quadrangle.
Yeah, so we thank, on my personal behalf and on behalf of the university, we thank the School of Social Sciences and Mr. Gurcharan, who is leading it from the front, and he's supported by Aradhana and Anand. And Aradhana is there. There was a movie, Rajesh Khanna and Karmala Tagore. It takes you to Nepal, it takes you to Bhutan as well, and Darjeeling.
Yes.
She is the lady.
Like, my father named me.
Oh, good. I found a DNA connection there too. Thanks, Aradhana. Thanks, Aradhana.
We know about the happiness quotient of Ramaiah. The leader is so happy all the time.
That is because they make me
happy. Thank you so much.
Mr. Jamsho from Bhutan has also something to give to me. It just assists me, so I request her to please come.
Thank you. Himalayan crystals. There are also in that picture. Oh. The thing we showered on each one.
We have to learn. Otherwise,
So maybe I'm the only one.
No, no, the same lady. This is your female lady. Yeah, just this comes from link. First you have to click the link. Automatically it will come.
you have this.
It's all coming out.
Yeah.
Yes.
There can be. And it's
All the products.
again, that's it. Only this.
You should not breathe in. Who's born is who's mobile?
Do you like to take some photos?
Hello.
Excuse me. The puppet?
I don't know. Class.
Excuse me. You like to take some photos? Okay. And then you want to go. Yeah. Smile, don't hold your breath.